believe that's it. I believe that starts it. I think we did it. Very cool. Happy 22nd. Hopefully you guys are having a beautiful and wonderful day. I did not get to play yesterday, so I have a little bit of things to do before reset. Pixie dailies and leveling roulette are the most important. That is the most important. We're going to blast through all of our roulettes today, then we're going to switch to New World for maybe an hour or two, and then pending how long that takes me, if there's time left over in the stream, we'll do some Dwarf Fortress. So that is the plan. We'll see if we get to all of it. All right. Bit of a race here. Step 1. Cue me for leveling roulette on Samurai. The goal is to get Samurai to 70. 70, 70, 70. That is the goal. And then with that done, I will jump over to Pixie dailies, which I believe I'm going to do on Bard. I think that's the right play. It's hard to say. I think so. Alright. Good morning, everybody. How are you guys doing? I had a wonderful weekend. We got a lot of progress done on the shed. I am phenomenally sore. Phenomenally sore. My entire back is on fire. Just like a general achiness from like about here to about my ankles. We did yard work and shed work all weekend. The whole time. So, you really want to play, but your GPU died. Oh no. Well, I will say that the game did not come out on the 19th. So if there ever was a time for your GPU to die, this would be the time. Assuming it gets here before December 3rd, right? I'm so sorry. That sucks so bad. Last week I ordered my new editing computer. My editing computer is from 2015. Dismount. Samurai. In we go. Cool. Alright. Dasmel. Let's get some food going. Keep some food going. Oh, it's a week out of warranty. That's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking. That sucks. In my life, I think we've all experienced things dying just after warranty. One time I had a car battery go bad like a month or two before the warranty. And I will say, like, it felt so satisfying. For all the times that things seem to... They must have, like, statistical data that they're like, this is the cheapest date for us to set our warranties to. Because everything's going to make it to that point statistically. And then after that, things are going to start dying. Some of them immediately after, some substantially longer. But, like, if we set it here, we believe that 99% of our stuff can make it that far. I had a car battery go, and, like, they just give you a new one. I was like, oh, do I have to fill out anything? They're like, no. Like, do I have to do anything? No. That is so amazing. I mean, I'll never experience it again, but I hope once in your life you get a warranty claim that's just, like, super easy. It was awesome. The next car battery to go dead was outside of the time window. So, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Where are we going? Why would we back out of the purple? We were in the purple. We should stay in the purple. Alright. So.
You're cheeky. You return your car battery every year and a half and say it's not charging. They test that. They put it on their little, like, thing in store. Right? Any rando non-sub wanted to spend 100,000. Very good. Let's do it. Verisk, thank you so much. So much. Done. Giving it to Dafka. There you go, Dafka. A month of ad-free, courtesy of Verisk. Good morning. So, you got a good advertisement, and you went out on a high note. That's it. No more ads for a month. Your Hawkeye ad. That's it. We are now ad-free for subscribers. We ran we ran basically the entire last year, not ad-free, and you guys supported the giveaways. We're now going to support the giveaways a different way. So there you go. Good morning. Hopefully everybody's trickling in for what will be a delightful week. Here in the United States, it is Thanksgiving week. Many people have off this week, at least part of it. Thanksgiving takes place every year on a Thursday. The third Thursday of November, I believe is how they said it. And so this Thursday is Thanksgiving. It is a federal holiday that commemorates an imaginary time in history that never happened, where we are thankful for everything, and we picture having this amazing meal where we sat down with the Native Americans and we got along with them right before we took everything from them. That's what we did. And now we commemorate it every year in November. It's a weird holiday. What do I have left to do on the shed? So, this weekend we got all of the full sheets of OSB and plywood on, and some of the partials. So, I need to finish up sheathing. We got the door. Door doesn't go on until after the... So, if we were not going to do an air barrier and stuff, if we weren't going to try to, like, make it secure from weather, if it was just meant to be a shed for like lawnmowers, which is really all it's going to function on early in its life, we could have been done. We could have done siding instead of this, and for this amount of work, we would be coming up unfinished. But we are going to go ahead and put weather barrier on it, so that it's a little bit nicer, so that if we ever want to like store Christmas decorations in it and stuff, it'll be kind of safe to moisture and the elements, and a little tighter for bugs and rodents. So the next thing that goes on is weather barrier. It's basically big garbage bags. It's like a big tarp that wraps around the entire thing. And we'll put shingles on the... I need to put the drip edge around the roof. And then goes on the final exterior cladding. And so that'll be siding on the sides and shingles on the roof. I wanted a metal roof because of the type of metal roof that I am both qualified to put on and can afford, which is just basic corrugated tin. I didn't actually build it. Ours is not steep enough of an angle to put that on there. If you build a roof that's below a certain steepness and you do metal roof, what happens is as the water trickles down, it's not steep enough to go over the screws, and it'll pool up behind those screws, and over years those will each become drip spots. So we'll do shingles instead. But yeah, there we go. We're doing it.
Hopefully we can finish... Hopefully we can finish it in the next, I would say, like 3 days of work. So assuming we can only work... maybe we can finish it this weekend. My wife is off Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which is the typical for most companies here in the U.S. So we're hoping we can finish the shed this weekend. Would be amazing. That'd be amazing. Do we get really bad hail? That's really going to vary where you live. We do get hail in North Texas. Hail is something that does not affect all parts of DFW equally. I live in a part of DFW that does not get hit very often. It kind of is what it is. They make shingles that are rated for hail. If you're gonna get like softball-sized hail, which like never hits where I live, but when you get like baseball, softball-sized hail that comes down, which is not the size, I think the size they rate it at is the size it is when it's like coming out of the clouds. So by the time it hits the ground, a lot of times like softball, I feel like, because it's so warm down here, when it gets like, by the time I see it, it's only like golf ball. But when you see like golf ball stuff that'll like total your car, it's not gonna really matter what you put on there. Like if that hits your house, like if that hits a window, the window's gonna break. It's not gonna really matter. Nothing matters. It'll total your car. Unless your car's in a garage. And ours is not. We park both our cars in the driveway. So it would total both of our vehicles. Yeah. I have plenty of friends and family that live in parts of the Metroplex that do get hail like that, and most of them, a lot of houses in that area, it becomes really valuable to have like a big garage that you can always, even with your stuff in it, you can park your cars in there. So, we get a lot of weather that comes from, so in North Texas, we have not high humidity, not low humidity, and not extreme high heat, and not extreme cold heat. And so what that means is we don't associate any of the things associated with extremes. We don't get the high temperatures of Phoenix. We don't get the low temperatures of pretty much anywhere in the northern United States. So we don't get all the snow and the ice. But in trade for that, there's a whole set of weather systems that only appear where there's a delta. And so things like hail, things like tornadoes, those come from like, those get pushed around by big heavy currents that happen when there's hot air and warm air running into each other. Hail obviously being on the colder end of that spectrum, but like that's where that comes from. So like tornadoes are when there's hot air trapped under cold air, and as they pass each other, they form a vortex. And so like that's what causes it here, is that we're relatively moderate. So it's just kind of a thing we get. But in trade, like, I worked outside all weekend and it's freaking beautiful. My wife was in like tights and a t-shirt, and I was in shorts and a sweatshirt because I was up on the roof and it was windy up there. Because I was roofing. It's great. It's great. It's November, and I can be in shorts and a t-shirt. So, there we go. Order items now, people. For what? Yeah, so derechos, like, we have a lot of crazy stuff here. We have a lot of crazy stuff. Derechos are pretty rare here, but they happen. They're like a wall of water. It's like a hurricane without the hurricane. We're just far enough north that when hurricanes hit South and Central Texas, by the time they get up here, they're just water. We don't get the big hurricane winds, and we're far enough south that we don't generally get like the F5 tornadoes that hit Oklahoma. We get the little baby ones, but the little baby ones, they pop up fast and they jump, so they can. So like the last tornado that hit Dallas, like literally skipped. So it dropped, did like a mile of damage, jumped up, came down a mile later, and did another mile of damage. And so there's people who lived in between who were utterly unaffected. No trees down, nothing. Meanwhile, like the areas it did hit were like, I mean, it just tore down whole box stores all the way to the foundation. You don't know. You get what you get. Yeah. We get a lot of crazy weather here in the U.S., but just remember the U.S. is really big. So, like, a lot of the other reason we get really crazy weather is go look up the craziest weather in all of the EU. Right? And so when people compare, like, oh, I live in the UK and it's not that crazy. We get a little bit of snow and we get some fog. Like, we have that. We have states that are just like that. We have whole states that are exactly like that. And so you have to go compare, like, everything. So it's not entirely fair. Just because, like, we're really that large. So Texas is the size, roughly, of, I believe, Spain. And Texas is one of the largest states. But it's not anywhere close to as big as the fact that there are 49 other states. So we are very, very, very large. And we use a great deal of it, as opposed to somewhere like Canada where 70 to 80% of the population lives within 50 miles of the border. We have a pretty reasonable distribution of population. There's a handful of dead areas. The Dakotas, Wyoming, Montana. They happen where they are just very dead. Hardly anybody living there. And then we have some areas of really high population density. When you get out on the coasts, and then a handful of places throughout the Midwest. But like, even in the states that we consider pretty non-populated, there's still nice big cities. So I think it's just, the United States is really, really, really spread out. It's why we struggle with mass transit so much, because we're not centralized. And so you would have to put all this money, and it just can't benefit everybody. You would have to put it in and then wait the 50 years or whatever for the population density to adjust. So, there are no snow days here in Montana, even under 3 feet of snow. You guys have equipment for it, right? I imagine that if in Montana it got up to like 110 degrees, it would be all over the news that, like, there were people dying in their homes. Because you just wouldn't be equipped for that. But for snow, like, that's what you guys do. I think it's supposed to be like 40 a week now. I don't think it's going to happen anymore. We're just tracking it. I should probably just track how many levels left. That's probably the better play. Okay. Calm it up. Loot. Loot. Joker, what's going on? Got to 101. So, like, Phoenix, for example, can get to, like, 110 or 120. Like, a temperature that should just, like, cook you alive. But their buildings are literally designed with that in mind. And Phoenix can get really harsh cold winters, but not overnight lows, because it's desert lows, but it's cool, it's dry lows. I have never seen that emblem in my life. Have you guys ever seen that emblem ever, ever, ever? I have literally never seen this emblem. I know what it means because I know what it's asking me. So, like, Dallas a couple years ago had, like, 100 days in a row of 100-degree plus temperatures. And people from Phoenix are like, that's not hot. But, like, the humidity here means that, like, they're not equipped for the way we deal with it, and we're not equipped for the way they deal with it. So. You know, like, you can buy a car in Montana without air conditioning. You cannot buy a car in Texas without air conditioning, unless somebody brought it here. Tanking is your main role. That's awesome. Okay, so what that's asking me to do is Bard, by the way. That's what it's. I picked up this. So I picked up a daily that requires that I borrow this mount, and I picked it up on another class. I have never seen that emblem in my life. Never happened. All right. So let's go do another. Let's go do another thing. We'll just keep ticking through this. Alright. Bard. That's so weird. Oh, wow, that was fast. Can I switch to it while on it? Oh, I can. I think it's going to dismount me, though. I don't think it remembers how to get you on quest mounts. It was goofy. It was a little key. Some Shiva action. We're just gonna keep queuing our way through roulettes here. I don't have anything that's intriguing. The goal would be to get... So I need to just total up the remaining levels. And we'll just count it down at this point. So 9 plus 6 is 15. 15 plus 25 is 40. 40 plus 24 is 64. 68, 78 remaining. That feels really reasonable. 78 feels like a very, very reasonable... it doesn't sound like that many. So. This is not the rarely, mildly, and once acclaimed Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, Nevik, the goal today is to get through... we're going to burn through all my roulettes. As soon as we finish all my roulettes, we're going to go play New World. I'm not sure what my goal is going to be in New World, but we'll play New World for an hour or two so that anybody that wants the Twitch drops can get access to Twitch drops while I make general progress towards having all of the skills maxed. Maybe just do like some, I don't know, chopping down wood or something. Getting my fishing to cap would be like an epic journey. I may take a break and film with Brian at 10. Or right now if he wants. I'll try to do everything I can before reset, but if that's what he's got, that's what he's got. I am the flexible one at this exact moment in my life. There have been a lot of times over the last 5 years where when Brian asks something, it's whether or not he's adapting to me. But right now, I am able to try to pay him back for all of the times he's been flexible for me. Alright. Alright. I'll be immediately after this trial then. We'll do it. We'll do it. Is 78 my new weekly goal? I mean, we'll set it there, sure. 78's my goal. You know what's important about in life? Knowing that you don't need to achieve your goals. That's unrelated. I mean, that's definitely not me saying on Monday that that's literally impossible. 78 my weekly goal. Oh, you're funny. You're funny. That's good. Got jokes. Got jokes. Alright. I mean, you can do it. We ran the math on it. It is theoretically possible. You know what also happens that week? I die, but right before I die, I uninstall Final Fantasy XIV. I hit 78, and then I say I will never ever play that game again. Oh, God. No, thank you. You missed me going live. It happens. It happens. Alright. Alright. I love this music. I didn't get hit, did I? Oh, okay, that was their Volnstack thing going out. I saw a Volnstack thing pop up as flyover text, but it was their flyover. We're good. I always forget to put my dot on. We're gonna put my dot on now that it won't matter. We're also gonna burn this limit break. Smack! It's a really guarantee that my dot won't matter. Cool. Let's do it. Out we go. I'm gonna record with Brian. Let me pick this up. Okay. Brian, is the call already up? Cool. Almost ready to ETA 2 minutes. Cool, you tell me. I'm gonna go fly up Porksy north. And then Brian and I will film. As soon as I finished all my roulettes post-reset, so that the Final Fantasy XIV timer doesn't really start ticking down until 9. So, Brian recording early actually helps the likelihood that we get Dwarf Fortress on stream today. So we'll see. I think it's not my problem. Yeah, it's not my problem. Those two. They vary a little bit. Sometimes they're over here and here. So we'll get these done. Samurai barely moved for Trial Roulette. Trial Roulette's garbage. But 78 levels to go. I'm not going to make it. I'm really not that worried about it. The only way I make it at all... Fido, how are you? Fido, you're off all week, right? Fido mentioned maybe doing some degenerate levels of leveling at some point this week. And if by dungeon spamming highest dungeon. And if Fido decides to do that, I may join him. But if not, no worries. I'd love to have Omni 80. It is more important to me that I go into Endwalker really excited about Final Fantasy. So at this point, I am aware that I'm not going to make it because, first and foremost, I am having a lot of fun doing what I'm doing, and I'm looking forward to stream each day, and I think it's important to maintain that. So, while I do want to try to beat Brian to Omni 90, and when we talked about, I think he'll probably beat me, but when we talked about Omni 90, the question was, since I stream, since I get to play more hours a week of Final Fantasy XIV than Brian, especially with the launch date, meaning that he can only do about like 3 days of sprinting when the game comes out before he has to return to normal life. He was going to do a full week of sprinting if the game came out in November, but because it's coming out in December, he only gets like 72 hours before he has to start playing the amount he normally plays and settle into more of the routine. As opposed to I'll be a complete gamer degenerate for like 6 or 7 days before I return to my normal schedule, and my normal schedule still outpaces his. So the question is, if it's a race to Omni 90, how do we handicap it to make sure that it's adjusted for what's fair, so that he gets a little bit of a lead? Because he's earned a lead, because he's been Omni 80 for a long time now. And that makes the race more interesting anyway. And I think the answer is going to be that I'm not going into the expansion with Omni 80. I think it single-handedly handles itself. Is that there's going to be some level of adjustment, and now it's just a question of how much. Every level I subtract from the remaining 78 is one less that I have to do. This is /say Abiba. So, man from main scenario roulette. So, I mean, and I also, like, Brian also knows that he is fairly protected from my distractedness. So he's also aware that, like, I'll do things besides leveling because I get distracted easily. So that helps. That helps. As a kid, I was diagnosed with the need for medicine, and my parents tried putting me on it, and ultimately decided not to put me on it, and viewed my ability to jump subjects rapidly as a source of my creativity and spontaneity. But it also means that there are a lot of unfinished projects around my house. Yeah. There we go. Mid-roll ads. I think I have it set like as low as I can possibly set it. Yeah. But I plan on playing other things on stream too. Not for the first little bit. Basically, the month of December is going to be just Final Fantasy, most likely. I don't know. We'll see. When does Elden Ring come out? I've been watching Elden Ring. When does Elden Ring come out? So that was a ton of experience. Okay. Elden Ring is February, March. Okay. Just trying to think of games that could actually distract me. Not sure. I mean, Halo getting a Slayer playlist could be fairly dangerous. You ready, Brian? Let's jump down to the peaks. Okay. Cool. Have I played Dark Souls? No. My brother has played the crap out of Dark Souls. I have watched a preposterous amount of Dark Souls, and I have literally never played one. I've never had the time. You'd love for me to bring Halo to stream? Well, without a Slayer playlist, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I watched you play New World last night, though. I was lurking. I was lurking. Alright. So, what we're now going to do is we are going to deactivate my camera. Bam. And then we're going to activate my camera.
Ba-bam, ba-bam.
Look at that. Look at that. I'll just leave it up. Levels to Omni to 78. I'm just going to leave it there. I'm kind of proud of it. 78 levels away. Home stretch. Home stretch.
Home stretch, man. Home
Feels good.
stretch. All right. I have a little surprise. I thought it'd be kind of fun and a little bit trolly if you wanna explore this with me.
Sure.
So we did the tier list for the jobs, and I thought it would be really kind of entertaining. Do a tier list on some of the comments we got on that tier list video.
Did you grab the one that got deleted?
No.
That was my favorite.
Could you send that to me?
I screenshotted it and texted it to you.
Let's see here.
Because I saw it on my phone. I texted it to you because it made me laugh like really, really hard.
Okay, good. Well, we'd want that one. We'd want that one. Let's see here.
It says uninformed, disappointing garbage.
Oh, he's on here.
Oh, good.
He's on, but not with that.
I assume they deleted it when they got further into the video and realized, oh, you guys aren't serious at all.
Let's see, where is he at? I think I got one from him.
Yeah.
Wait, what the heck? Did I grab all the comments? Then maybe I didn't get him.
Yeah. We've been called a lot of names this last week too. The Halo video prompted a lot of name calling.
I know, which is
we're
weird,
old. We're old, out of touch gamers with pea-sized brains.
I saw that comment. I thought that was entertaining. But I agree with the mindset where people like where you fear the mouse and keyboard, and
no,
I'm like,
fear
I
of
have
PC
don't
specifically. It's not just mouse and keyboard. Mouse and keyboard is a factor. That's the more obvious thing. But PC also allows adjustments of things like field of view, where they're literally seeing more than you.
I think you can adjust that on the Xbox, the field of view.
There's a cap.
Also,
There's a cap. Like if you're not on the Series X, you can only get it to go so high.
A ton of people on PC are just complaining about controller players and the advantages that they're at a disadvantage. I'm like, yeah, you can't make anybody happy.
I asked my brother. I was like, hey, what's the difference with PC? And he went through all these, and then at the end he goes, by the way, anybody who says that there is not an advantage to mouse and keyboard and to field of view adjustments, have you ever seen competitive players turn down those things? No, they turn them all on because they're an advantage. And yeah. B, if you can't see them, you're objectively stupid. That was his B point. Objectively stupid was the exact quote from my brother. He's like, just my brother, the PhD, he was soon to be doctor. He's gonna be doctor in the next year or so. Objectively stupid. I was like, is that the phrase you use in your lab? Is that the phrase?
That is
objectively stupid.
All right, I guess I will mail this to myself. Can I Discord this
I'm not trying to insult you. It's measurable.
Word game, LOL.
Oh, Omni levels. It's blocking Brian's face as it should be.
What's blocking my face?
I have Omni 78 on the screen because I'm excited about it. It's under 80 levels, dude. That's less than one job. Unfortunately, it's not just one job, because that would be really nice, because then 1 through 30 would happen in like a day. No, it is 78 of like the highest levels in the game. Everything's post 50. So it's going to be a bit of a slog. The sub 50 stuff sucks, but at least it's fast. Mm-hmm. You go do like a leveling roulette, MSQ roulette, and it's like, oh, and there's 5, 7. Objectively stupid.
Let me see if I can edit
He won't be a doctor for video games, but he honestly should be. He's the best of us. In our group of friends that play, occasionally there's a game where one other person is better than him, but it rotates which person. He's always in the top 2 in everything we play. But he also just got married this year, and this whole time he has been like the most single of single in our groups. So as his delta of playtime, us versus him, degrades, I do wonder if we'll be able to kind of at least like plateau the gap, because he always seems to get better and better and better and better, and then you look down and you're like, oh well, the game came out this week, and like my wife is like, oh, you're just gonna play video games again? Because I got 20 hours of Forza in the first 7 days it was out, and my wife is like, so you're just gonna play video games tonight? And I was like, where's she getting that? And then as I booted up, Xbox is like, you played 20 hours, and I was like, oh god, she is 100% right. But then like my brother will be like 45 hours in that same amount of time. It's like, Not on Forza, but on, like, oh, that's why. He just plays a lot more. Oh, God, I love it. I love it. I love it. I know they deleted it, so, like, if you want to blur the name because they clearly didn't want it to be public, that's fine.
All right, let's see.
Because they didn't want it to be public. They said it and then deleted it. But I will tell you guys, if you ever delete comments and you're like, wow, I didn't want Brian and Chris to see that, we still do. They still show up in our YouTube Studio app right here. And when I click on them, it just says that it tells me that it's been deleted. But I still see them. Nothing is hidden.
Cool. All right, got that. Now we drop this, and then I'll add.
They are deleted from the public, but they are not deleted from Brian and Chris. Oh, uninformed, disappointing garbage.
All right, let's see here.
That was my favorite comment that we got.
All right, that looks good. So, one of the things that I would say, okay, there we go. Oh, wait. We pick the moving tool rather than the coloring tool. All right, drag. Somebody always gets confused by where the things start. So it's like, no, we didn't rank them all over to the right hand side. Like we're dragging them to the left. So we're gonna have some fun today, and we're gonna rank some comments. I got them actually up here on.
He had like a vertical red line. Gave him like a little staging area just to the right of it.
I probably need to work on my.
That would visually denote that there's like a little sand pit that they can all play in until.
I've got them written up in better, fuller screen, so some of the text might be a little bit small, but essentially we'll read them and we'll do.
We just got
we'll
a prime sub from Swede.
Oh, sweet! Thanks, Swede.
Sweet.
Le Swede. All right, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, excellent. Cool, chat. You'll also be able to rate these as well. So feel free to use your vote up and vote down options like last time. Ideally, this won't be like an hour long, but you never know.
We'll go fast.
All right. What's going on, workforce? Brian and Chris here, and today we're diving back into a tier list, but a tier list of a different type. In case, as we do a community feedback tier list style, your comments off of our tier list video for the jobs themselves. We're gonna tier list it, and it's a little bit meta. It's a little bit
we were accused of farming views on the last one. This one might be.
I think we'll actually have that comment in here in their regards. I believe. I've gathered what I thought would be a wide range of awesome comments for us to discuss. So let's go ahead and dive in. Let's have some fun here. Chris, the board is yours. You can see some of the names.
Let's just start at the top. Let's start at the top. There's a lot that happened. A tier list the week before an expansion is like the least accurate of all tier lists, and a tier list from Brian and Chris is the least informed of all people that actually know of all classes. Anybody less informed than us is new to the game and should be left alone. We are the lowest level of informed that can be made fun of. And so when some people took ours as more canonical, and that's a bold choice.
So Auditor says this is a hate crime on Dragoon.
Audio red, I believe.
Okay.
Maybe. I like
guess
yours better. This is a hate crime on Dragoon.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't actually know. I believe of all the classes in 14, Dragoon is the only one that cannot. They're just in a universally accepted group of players to hate, right? So you can't actually. You're not doing anything wrong. Dragoons are. That's what they do. They're floor tanks. Self-proclaimed. So, I mean, let's put that in as like our nice middle of the road. We don't know where we're going to go here. I have no idea what comments you pulled. So let's just settle that in B. Because this could get better, this could get worse. I tweeted out that our list, some of the early comments ranged from like disappointing garbage to this was good fun. And I was like, that's actually exactly how I feel about all tier lists.
Exactly where we're going with it.
They are either fun or infuriating. There is no level of information that can come out of a tier list.
It's like one of the comments I replied to was literally like, I guess you haven't seen Chris's tier list before. He doesn't. He thinks they're all just.
I think
bogus.
the whole format is F tier.
Yeah. So let's do 2 in a row, baby. We're doing it for you because we love you. Hopefully you guys subscribe and like. This is hopefully entertainment at the end of the day at its core. I love how people get so frustrated. I think that's a good B tier slot. Let's just, we'll keep working our way down.
Jay Ditto's here in the chat.
Says, need that t-shirt. At least I'm not a bard. So honestly, I'd have to say you need to reach out to our t-shirt gal and see if she can't get together a dead dragoon muttering the words, at least I'm not a bard.
Okay.
I think that would be choice. So we could see if we could get that shirt. I'm gonna give Jay an A for A being in chat, but then also at the same time, totally helping kind of drive maybe a potential shirt that we could have for people to wear, like it maybe.
Because if we're not farming views, we're shilling merch, and that's better than hate crime on Dragoon. Can we move it up to S for shills?
Okay, done. Oh man, I just knew I was gonna get a kick out of this. That's just too funny. And don't forget, guys, if you're live with us here on Twitch, you can also use your vote up and vote down. Feel free to let me know what comment who should be moving around. All right, board's yours, Chris.
It's good. Hippo Potatoes next, and they are in the lead for best YouTube name. Bard needs to be A, B, C, D, E, and F for the notes it plays. That's nice. That's nice.
I like it. A little bit of one of the cool things about
You'll notice
Bard.
they still didn't make S or Sid Deer.
Right, I know. So that would be anywhere within this range, which is essentially where Bard lived with us anyhow.
I mean, I'd put it at C. Isn't that where Bard finished?
I think so. There we go. But I would say
It's a good comment.
I'm gonna put them on. I'm gonna move them up to B, just based off their name alone.
Okay.
We'll stick them there for now. We'll see we'll see if anybody in chat wants to move any of these.
Oh, this one's long.
This one's a long one, and I think just from a text perspective, I'm gonna move over to my notepad.
This is where you can see desktop versus mobile most of the time.
Yeah. All right.
Because when I respond to things on desktop, I type a lot longer than on mobile. I'm like, good video, thank you for posting. Yeah. And on desktop, I'm like, allow me to type my dissertation that you didn't ask for.
So Matt says, I'm glad I wasn't there when you guys did this, because my way would be Summoner, Red Mage, Dancer, Dark Knight, Ninja, top spot on the list, S, Gunbreaker, Monk, Sam, Machinist, A, Paladin, Warrior, Scholar, White Mage, Dragoon, F, Black Mage, and Bard. So like he literally
no B, no C, no D, no E.
No, just straight F, like F those Black Mages and Bards. Not sure where I put the new jobs. If you ask why F for Black Mage and Bards, don't you know Yoshi P main Black Mage? Yes, I know he mains Black Mage. And even he would beg me, to delete Black Mage job crystal. I suck at Black Mage. That's why I only have it as, on my main, and I personally wish I didn't pick it up at all. I really need the level 80 job skip so I can finally say I level Black Mage to 80 without hurting anyone. I was fine getting it to level 50 on Black Mage, but after that, I as well, let's say buying job skip is the better choice. I thought this was just wonderful, and so I'm honestly would give this as a Sid tier comment for just their level of like understanding of their own skills.
Just delete the job, please.
And Yoshi P would thank me for doing so. Like, so I would rate this as a Sid tier comment. Okay. Would you agree?
Let's do it.
All right. The fun fact for Matt, just kind of heads up, is that the changes to Black Mage make it much more approachable with the Enochian change. So you give it a shot in Endwalker. I think you'll be pleased with it. Board is yours, Chris. Board is yours.
The underbreak. Bards are bad, is what people without ACT say. And yes, I'm running a DPS meter. And the Black Mage is bad. I believe my response to this in the comments section was, but Svea plays Black Mage, and obviously we're all going to have the same results as him.
Yeah. I think that's really a critical point, is that like when you look at the numbers, like yes, Black Mage can top, and when it comes to the people who spend the time mastering it, yes, they can eke out so much more damage. But then there's a massive skill gap in that job. So yeah, like chances are, if you're like, oh, I see Black Mage could do the best DPS, that therefore means I will do the best DPS, and that's not a 1-to-1 guaranteed translation.
So the Bard comment's been promoted by chat, and I would say so. This one self admits like a straight up TOS breach that we would never support. We've never made a video talking about the value that DPS meters bring or how important tools like FF logs might be. That would be awful of us. Every single content creator in the community is anti DPS meter. None of them would ever show it on stream. Definitely not during the World First race. So, I wouldn't want to encourage that behavior. The ACT thing, I think, has to downvote it, even though I like the comment, because we're not supposed to do that.
So where does it fall? Because we got one upvote. So where would you put it? And then I'll level it up one.
I'd put it on a C.
Put it on a C. So then with the level up comes a B.
But the gap between a good and a bad player on a job, seriously, that's why when World First Raiders are asked by people in their chats what job people should play, they're like, hey, I'm new to the game and you're really good at this game, what should I play? Their answer is always play what you enjoy, because you will always be better at what you enjoy. Don't look at what a job's theoretical best is. Look at something that you're actually having so much fun that you might want to give a crap about what the tool taps say, instead of feeling like Matt up there where you're like, I wish I'd never picked up this jobstone. That's not going to help you.
Right. All right, board's mine. We've got it blanked. We're not revealing the name because they deleted their comment. But if you guys aren't aware, we still see them. So Chris, busted.
I texted it to him. I mean, within 15 minutes of it going up. That's the timer from the screenshot from my phone. Before it had been deleted. Actually, it had already been deleted. I believe they deleted it within a few minutes of posting.
Says uninformed, disappointing garbage, which to me tells that they jump in. That's their initial take without even seeing the video. And then they either watch the video and then they're like, they got me. So I'm going to give this an E, just because I'm glad they went back and did it, but the fact that they didn't commit to it, when Lazy Peon took down his Final Fantasy 14 video,
we had an issue with it.
We had that. I have a problem with
the
that.
Issue
wasn't that he took it down. I mean, wasn't that he made it. It's that he took it down.
Say whatever you want, but own it. Own it.
And own it. We won the respect.
I believe later we're going to talk about whether this video was uploaded, and we're going to get to talk about our stance on that. But yes, this was my favorite comment. My favorite comments are the ones that make me laugh. They're not always positive, they're always negative, but this is the one that made me laugh the loudest physically in the real world. But because they deleted it, it has to be down in the E or F tier. Because they deleted it. Own your comment. Own it.
Yeah, and chat's saying, or you can just edit it as well. So.
You can do a edit. I watch this, delightful. That's fine.
Yeah, because you tweeted out especially with this comment, and
I quoted
the other one that said was really good fun, and you're like, perfect. We threaded the exact needle we were going for with an hour-long pre-Endwalker tier list.
We're just having a good time, guys. We're just killing time.
Yeah.
People are like, what, do you not have a plan for your content? I do have a plan for content. Endwalker was supposed to be out right now. That was my plan. So no, we are in no man's land right now.
Yeah.
Now,
right,
Glenn,
yours.
Glenn is a hero. If you guys want a good laugh, go watch Glenn on Hell's YouTube stuff. Post stuff to Twitter from time to time. Just like if you've ever wanted to see all the jobs as performed by a Latin mother or ASMR or all sorts of other views of the different jobs, they're amazing. They're amazing. They play all sorts of games. They've had some amazing. They've even had they got to interview. It's just amazing. Wonderful content creator. And y'all really made the thumbnail. Because the thumbnail was At Least I'm Not a Bard came from, we have been told in our comments, we were told this last month that the only reason we even have a YouTube channel is to broadcast our hate on Bard. At which point we decided, I did not know that, but moving forward, we will be sure to fulfill our new mission statement. We were informed of this, but now that we are aware of what our objective is for the last 5 years, at now over 4,000 posts, it has been the slow con of hating Bard.
Yeah. I think this is Sid tier. What do you think?
Yeah.
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 Oh. Need to rearrange.
We're the #1 bar dating channel in all of AORC. Yeah.
Numero uno. All right, board is mine. Let's see here. Okay, we got another longer comment here. The downside of having so many different comments. The job tier list is such a small icon that it's easy to manage. As a new player, only a month old, and a leveled monk from 1 to 60, I understand how boring it is. I am only able to do it because I love punching classes, and whenever I do fates or dailies that require me to sink to a lower level, it's just not fun with monk. So we get a little bit of monk support from somebody who is playing through the leveling and agreeing with Chris. So does agreeing with Chris end up bumping this up higher on a tier list, or where do you feel
I'm
this
not
comment
biased. I think it is just objectively a perfect comment. It's well-rounded in every way. This has nothing to do with the fact that it agrees with me. I would put this solidly S tier. Because confirmation bias is not real.
There we go. There we go. Perfect. You got those right there, rocking and rolling. All right, board is yours. You got a couple now to kind of choose from.
We'll just keep working our way down. I'm main white mage. This is about healers. The healers was actually the of like legitimate contention in the comments. Our rating of healers was the most frustrated.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and read this one because I have it in bigger font,
Okay.
for you, so that way you don't have to struggle with this one. I main white mage, but there is no way Sage is the lowest rank of the 4 healers. And as a white mage main, I don't think white mage deserves to be top tier either. Thin Air is becoming only 1 MP free cast, and the new skill Lilybell is on a 3-minute cooldown only. And as a white mage main, I don't think white mage mains deserve to be top tier. And it only lasts for 15 seconds. And for it to be a group heal, the white mage actually has to be hit, meaning that the only fully useful if the boss is in rage where it casts multiple AoEs, such as E12S. The changes to white mage aren't getting enough to keep up the top spot, honestly. And this is coming from someone who has mained it since 1.0. I like a couple corrections. Obviously, like one of the things I always kind of caution people over is like, what did the media tooltips teach us? They taught us nothing. Like at the end of the day, like there's so many changes that could happen. The other thing with Lilybell is that if you don't get hit, it still fires off, just like with Sage and Higabana, or that's the samurai ability. But like they have that ability where it kind of puts it on, and if you don't end up expending it, it expires and it uses it as a general big cure. So even if the white mage doesn't get hit, I believe that that's still going to fire off and still cure everybody for what would have healed them if they were taking damage during it. But I think that also helps to add into some of the movement ability where there's a lot of things going on and around. I think that's going to be something that ends up when you get into the dungeons, and if they keep that same level of momentum and just raid wide AoE going out, I think it's going to end up being a skill that people ultimately enjoy. But that's just my take on the skills.
I think healing is the single hardest role to gauge how it's going to perform prior to getting content. Noting E12S as a fight that this would help in, but then saying the other existing fights aren't, is an example of the fact that like it's very fight dependent.
Yeah.
And so without having seen P1 through 4S, healing is it's something like from the media tour. It's why like our healing discussion on the podcast was, in my opinion, just as accurate to bring on experts who did not go to the media tour as opposed to who did. Because at the media tour, we were not given access to any level 90 instanced content. Healing a dummy doesn't really tell you anything. And healing a open world hunt boss with people that don't know what's going on doesn't really tell you that much. It's a very reactive job. And so there are people who know a lot more than me about how to read these tooltips. This person may be included in that group. But at the end of the day, I still stand by the fact that like I don't know that we can accurately rate any healer without knowing how the fights are paced, how things are hitting people, how much raid-wide damage versus avoidable damage, how hard are the tank busters hitting, are there shared busters, are there buster-type moves going out on other people, what's the time interval, are there intermissions in bosses. These are all things where the content pacing is determining a healer's toolkit, and it's why some healers, when you sink down, feel so bad in some of the ARR dungeons because their skills are drip fed at a pace where a dungeon just hits particularly hard and none of the healers are complete.
sub level 50. And so there are certain healers that like I don't like playing in sub level 50 dungeons more so than any other job in the game, because you just feel like you barely save a pull and then the tank does it again, and they don't realize that the only way you made it through that was you just burned the only cooldowns you have, and they're not back yet. You just don't have a full kit. So going into Endwalker, if we're talking about this comment seriously, I just don't see how you could rate the healers at all. There was another comment in one of these, like, I don't know what all you pulled, but there was another comment saying, like, we didn't even reference PvP.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I think for a huge number of players, what PvP? So, like, when it comes to, like, healers,
Yeah.
if I had to pick any role to take our tier list the least seriously, I would say healers. I believe I literally gave it points for having a less blinding flashbang.
Holy. Yeah.
Like, so, yeah, I don't know. And as a tank main, I'm like, okay, which healer is most likely to get me killed?
Yeah.
And I still feel safe with white mages. Like,
Yeah, until we see the patch
Until,
notes, like I don't think, like, I don't put a lot of hope in the fact that there was holy and then there was holy 3. So when it comes down to the healers alone, we're not even just talking potencies, talking straight up, like, anything is possible to change and has probably
maybe
already
we'll move it to
changed.
holy 7. We'll just have
Holy 7. We're just gonna, well, and that would break the lore and the reasons behind the Magic Council, who said that that thing should be going over the number 4
and white
in
mage
terms
said,
of
I
the
don't care.
spells. That's why we have higher fire 2 and higher blizzard 2. It's like, oh my gosh, like, you're just giving me a headache. So where does this comment fall? Because obviously they're very passionate on how they feel about the white mage and how they feel about sage. Do you feel like they should be rated
It's
higher
a legit
for their...
comment, but it's
Yeah?
a legit comment on a video that I think is a joke. So I personally would leave it right where it is.
All right, at a C tier. All right, there we go.
It's a nice comment. I just, like, that misses the point. But we did stop and have a legitimate discussion here. This is ultimately a community feedback. The letters don't really mean anything.
I know.
This is
What do they say at the
on tier
beginning of
list.
Whose Line? Where the points are made up, where the points don't matter and everything's made up.
Yep. There it is. All right, board's mine. We'll go with Slacker Wolf here. WTF is the tier list. White
This
Mage
is
will
moving
probably
up.
be the trashiest healer next expansion from what was announced. From this week's level 90, 180 second cooldown is just awful. And the Thin Air nerf, while Astro got really decent new tools and spells, it has more OGCD healing tools and still has buffing tools when the White Mage has none of it. No way that it can be a god tier job. What's really cool about that is that they're right when it comes to the OGCDs. They were right when you compare it to the changes Astro has received in terms of where it was. Ultimately, though, we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. For me, I score Astro lower as a controller player naturally. Like, that's one of the things that I know I'm gonna have to pour myself into with Astro and really get time with it to make sure that I can get it to comfortably work. Otherwise, if that's the case and it's just like, guys, I would, if you're playing healer on a controller, like, I would point you easily right now to White Mage, even with the changes. Hands down, White Mage is easy to pick up and play on a controller. Astro is going to require some level of extra level of focus and rethinking. Probably have to use some macros and more when it comes down to it. But when we had the podcast, I'm happy. I'm pleased with the Astro buffs, but like, I'm gonna still have to wait and see. Like, once we get into Pandemonium, that's where I think, when it comes down to, like, people actually, like, legitimately scoring what jobs perform what, there you go.
I'm hearing very educated people on healers saying Scholar's amazing, and then I'm hearing this, like, general drone of Scholar's trash. And it's like,
Yeah.
it just, and the drone could be right. And so we have seen before where people have said a job is trash, and then it's included in world first competing groups and world first winning groups in some cases. So, like, ultimately, it's really hard to take anything seriously, even on December 3rd through 7th, honestly, until January when we're sitting in Savage. And even then, the jobs that perform for the world first people, when strategies are not known, much less optimized, and the level of play can make up for mistakes, as opposed to Party Finder and stuff where you have more casual players who are like, hey, we're going to need to do the mechanic right, because we're not going to get by on the fact that we can squeak that last 2% out of our jobs. And as gear gets better and things like that, like, we're not really going to know what jobs are settling out as the kind of preferred jobs in what is one of the most balanced MMOs on the market. So it doesn't really matter. We're usually talking about very small percentage differences here. We're not really going to know what jobs come out slightly ahead for this tier until end of January, February, when you see in Party Finder that somebody's like, we can't have this job in here. It's fine. It's fine. Every job will clear everything. So I'd put this right with the other comment, like, you're taking it too seriously. I appreciate their frustration at the beginning. That's how I feel in all tier lists. And the fact that we're making a second one out of this, it makes me want to go make my own. But, like, I said when I made the last one, I was like, people aren't going to like this. Brian's like, post it. All right.
I
didn't take it seriously at all. And just know that how I made my last tier list, it would now be the same, except I've actually experienced some of the jobs that I was making fun of. So I'm only going to be hitting them harder.
You should. Like, when you get to Omni 80, Omni 90, I think that will end up being something, because, like, one of the best things about Larry is that he makes fun of the jobs, and the fact is that he knows how the jobs play. And when you know how to, you can just do it the way you do it.
As a content creator and as a player.
True. Like,
it's better.
Objectively better for our content creators.
Do you know what I have on Larry? I
will be doing that. I guarantee you, like, one of our next videos is going to be us doing a content creator tier list. It's going to be just, oh my gosh.
You want to guarantee the podcast never gets another guest?
Everybody
Let's go F tier some people.
Like, Sid tier. All right. All right, F, because your name begins with an F. All right, board's yours.
I can't tell what's what now. Okay,
this is the next
Arturius.
one.
This one turned into like a whole debate. Arturius, because Arturius was taking this very seriously.
Yeah,
Paladin is literally god tier. Not even a close margin with the other tanks. So this turned into a whole discussion thread. Even if the tooltips remain unchanged. As a warrior main, I want to go back to the other video and move Paladin one more spot. Down. It literally, like, when Rory came on and Rory's a Paladin main, like, I loved that. I loved that back and forth. Just making fun of each other to make fun of each other. Paladin is legitimately a great tank, and I am perfectly happy to have them as my co-tank. But as a warrior main, take your shiny good boy goody two-shoes armor and get down to the F tier. Get out of here.
Yeah. If I can get Paladin to really play well on the controller, I would definitely agree with Arturius. Like, it really comes down to that. Warrior on controller at the media tour felt just perfect. Meaning, like, I felt like I was like, I could literally just take this and just print my and just say, here's the controller guide. This feels exactly where it needs. Now with Paladin, yes, they got the upgraded competitor, and it's like, that feels awesome. Seeing it is awesome, using it is awesome, but there were still a couple things that I'm like, man, if they just, so there's gonna be some changes I'm gonna have to make. So I'm usually scoring that off of my own
tighter tuned than the other tanks as far as, like, just picking it up and knocking the dust off. When you haven't played it in a while, it's the job where if you mess up the rotation, it feels the most punishing of the 4 tanks. Dark Knight is like, go back to hitting things that you should be hitting. Gunbreaker has a really clean rotation, so you just kind of hit reset and start over, and it's fine. Warrior is really basic, and, like, Paladin feels like, oh, if you're doing your magical when you should have been doing your physical, the whole thing's screwed, and you might as well just run off the platform and reset the party. Like, it's so frustrating. And the worst part is, because of the way normal content is tuned, it is possible that you leveled all the way up, and, like, you could literally not have all the abilities on the bar, and as a Paladin, you will clear all of it. You could clear it with the physical rotation and just clemency, probably without a healer. It's wrong, but you could do it. And so now you talk about people who are Paladin mains, who then go discover something like ACT, or go discover something that kind of tells them how they're doing, and the gap between the way they've been playing, the habits they've instilled, and what they're supposed to be doing if they're trying to optimize is enormous compared to the other 3 tanks. And that's why I don't like Paladin. It's got such a massive gap. A really good Paladin of the 4 tanks, I think, really impresses me, because it's so easy to play wrong. So, like, have trouble marking it any higher than that because that's just how it feels to me. Now, I'm not like a savage ultimate player, so maybe I'm just wrong. But it was our tier list, and I don't care.
All right, I'm adding a couple comments from Discord, not Discord, but from chat here.
Okay.
Let's see here, and then
So yeah.
there you go. Cool. And
So it was a
copy.
nice discussion. It was kept polite and wonderful. But because I like the Warrior Paladin self-established rivalry, I'll leave.
I like the discussion so much. I'd be willing to give him an A tier.
Do it. Great. It was nice.
Because it's like I really enjoyed it. Because it's like, I like the laughing, smiling face, and so it's good. That's what I think is when gaming is at its best. When YouTube content creation at its best is when it drives a discussion. That kind of makes that all play out well together. In that regards. I'm gonna kind of throw an audible because Chris and I see I'm gonna butcher the name Injurity talking about Paladin is boring to play, and Chris following it up saying, of course, Warrior is easier on controller because you only have to have 3 buttons. Paladin actually needs some more buttons and brain cells. I'm joking, by the way. Play whatever you want. So I'm going to give these guys, because they're hanging out
As a
here with
Warrior
us
main,
live
I heard
this
that
year.
as Paladin is boring and Warrior is amazing. That's what I read both those as. And so those can both be Sid tier. What is happening?
I'm making errors. Where did Chris's comment
He's
go? I
behind
lost
Sid
him.
tier now. He's behind Sid tier.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Undo. There we go. All right, we got Chris back. Chris, you're going to sit up here instead.
Because you're dragging them on different layers.
Yeah, I gotta. Well,
So
I
there should be a keybind to bring to front.
for live. I wasn't prepared for live comments.
There should be a keybind to bring to front.
I'll need to learn that. I'm not gonna have to. I'm gonna look that up here.
Can you right click it and bring to front? No.
No. All right, cool. All right, Chris, board is yours.
This was a fun video. Thank you. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Ego
Not good.
boosted.
Not bad. Fun.
Yeah.
And honestly, that should be the objective with Final Fantasy XIV. That's Sid tier right there. Like that and the uninformed garbage on our tier list video. You clearly know why we post. You clearly know why we feel people should play 14. When I quoted 2 things in the tweet, I quoted uninformed, disappointing garbage and that. And my only frustration with the uninformed, disappointing garbage is that they deleted it.
Yeah.
If they left the comment up, those are my 2 favorite comments. There's a tier list, and like they're clearly aware we post more serious discussion type videos on this channel. This is clearly not one of them.
Yeah.
And then this last one, let us re-upload the video because we couldn't handle the backlash for Mockingbird. So, video went up. Got about 4,000 views in its first hour or 2, which feels ridiculous. And somebody noticed that an email notification had popped up, which had personal information.
My phone number.
And so we went to blur
like,
it out, and so we marked the video private, so nobody had access to it. There's a blurring tool in YouTube. And the blurring, we let the tool process, but because the video length was an hour, which is way beyond a typical YouTube video, their tool really doesn't move very fast. And so after 12 hours, it had not finished blurring the couple seconds.
Yeah,
so we just took the video
myself.
down. Brian manually blurred it, re-uploaded it, which I will say as a YouTuber means those first 4,000 views are gone, and the new video will get shown to those same people who will think they've already seen it, so the click-through rate will plummet, so it punishes the video. So as a content creator, for the people that accuse us of like farming views, that's a no-no. So like, and then the idea that we would re-upload to avoid criticism, but we would upload the same thing in the same place? Like, why would we not just take it down? And so I believe there was a direct response to this. Like, they've left way worse up and gotten tons of hate. Like, so I'll give this an F tier because they just literally don't understand work to game. Like, we have videos that we have been mocked into the ground. We have gone out and driven traffic to videos mocking us. Like, you clearly don't understand our methodology. People are like, well, there's better creators than you. Yes. Yes.
100%.
100%. Well, there are more viewpoints than yours. That's why we always ask for more creators. Yes. Like, we have 4,000 videos up. I didn't say 4,000 good videos. I didn't say the 4,000 best videos. It's just a quantity. It's just a measurable fact. And we try to fill the gaps. We publish on things that we aren't finding enough search results for. So if we search for something and it's only done once, and I watch that video and I'm like, I still feel like I have more questions, those are the videos we go hit publish on. Is that's where we started. Now, since then, we've made a little of everything because it's fun to just make stuff. Mm-hmm. But, like, the idea that when people come in and say, like, we only post of a certain type, you can't do 4,000 of any one thing. Like, we got to this many posts because we post a little of everything. So the idea that we would be afraid of criticism. Somebody said the other day we have multiple channels because that's our way of, like, hiding from dislikes. Like, I don't even know how that would work.
YouTube's already making people hide from dislikes. That had nothing to do with us. Yeah, so, I say bring on the dislikes. If you don't like the content, like, there you go. I like
that the dislikes is being hidden.
What's Ian?
Because
what Icon? Sorry, Icon. Anyway. Following it up, publicly subscribed. Y'all are all still a bunch of clowns.
I liked that part. If it had just been that, I would have been good.
Yeah,
it's the accusation that we republished because we hit, and I was bummed because then I was trying to interact with the comments on the old one because I was still trying to go read them, and it gets and it's really hard to interact with comments on a privated video, and then once you delete it, those comments are gone. And like, there's probably a way to go find them, but like, I was really enjoying the initial feedback because that's people who have their notification bell on. So people who liked it and disliked it, those are all really active members of the community over on the YouTube side of things. And so I was bummed when Brian texted me. What did I say exactly when you said, hey, I ended up having to reload it because it just wouldn't process? I believe my exact comment was, I understand. I said, okay, bummed we lost that initial out of the gate. Like, I'm bummed. Bummed was, it said, okay, period, space, bummed. Those are my thoughts in that order. All right. I'm bummed. Like, I don't like having to re-upload. It's bad for the video. It's bad for the community because it fractures these discussions. It's bad for the platform because it causes weird stuff within the algorithm. Nothing comes out ahead from a re-upload. So the only time we do it is when there's a good reason.
And so you take out that accusation, and then y'all are still a bunch of clowns. Like, I would make that.
Oh, if you could split that into two comments,
yeah,
you're still a bunch of clowns that sit here. That's fantastic.
Yeah, like, absolutely. Thank you. You've whether you think that's an insult or not, we accept that as a high praise compliment.
I believe my response to it mentioned the clown handbook or clown school or something like that.
Yeah. So, guys, that's our community feedback comment tier list. Hopefully that brought you some level of joy in your feed today. Sound off and let us know what you think about this. And who knows, we might be doing all our comments and tier lists. I'll find a better way to kind of group them together so we can really have a lot of fun with it. So, Chris, why don't
maybe we'll set up a community
feedback
feedback Venn diagram.
Oh.
Like, dislike, and there can be an overlap.
Chris, why don't you take us out?
All right, guys, we are literally burning time till Endwalker. So if you feel like our content has derailed as we slowly lose our sanity, twiddling our thumbs too much, and we just slowly lose touch, that is because we didn't plan for this. We are excited for Endwalker, and we are streaming. I have seen Brian streaming some New World, where we have Twitch drops enabled, so you can come get some cosmetics just for watching us play New World. And we're just having a good time. We're just hanging out. I've got 78 levels as of this point until Omni 80. I don't think I'll get my Amaro in time, but it's nice to swing for. And we're just killing time. I think many people have this week off work, either for the holiday or they planned to be playing Endwalker, or both. And here we sit. So hopefully you guys are enjoying this no man's land of time between the last of the press releases and the actual launch of Endwalker, and we'll see you next time.
Take care. What happened to the NA servers?
What?
Somebody said, do y'all know what happened to the NA servers? Some kind of blip?
I didn't play yesterday. I worked on my shed yesterday for 10 hours. I was working on the shed for 10 hours.
I spent my time building a sand pit. For the kids, I hauled over 2,350 pounds of
You
sand.
put down ground cloth, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. There's a guy down our street that does stuff like that, and they live like front yard beds and stuff, and they never put down ground cloth. And so it always looks really great at opening weekend. They're like, I did all this work. And I was like, yeah. And I spent all this money. Uh-huh. And then like 2 weeks later, it's just like filled with weeds. It's like,
yeah.
oh no.
Yes,
I
I
just
ground
feel
cloth.
bad.
I framed in the net. So the ground cloth is, and so the next thing I just have to do is I have a little extra ground cloth that's actually coming out of the frame on the outside, and I'm just gonna go cut that off and call it a day. Okay. So then put the sand. The kids are loving it, and it's been great. I'm so sore. So, all right, chat. I'm gonna let Chris get back to his Omni quest to Omni 80.
Quest to Omni.
And then just trying to delay him as much as I can so I can have a head start in 90.
I really don't like tier lists as a concept, so if I ever make one, just know that I found a way to make making one fun, which means I'm probably mocking it.
So, all right, guys, I'm gonna be hanging out, chat. I love you. I'll see y'all later. Bye.
Who's doing translations on YouTube? We do the auto translations. All right, I'm gonna bring my face back. Video capture device activate. All right, boot this up. So what it does is it automatically transcribes what it thinks we do in English, which is mostly accurate. It really struggles with things like proper nouns from the game, like Eorzea and Limsa, and then from there, it runs that through Google Translate, which is partially accurate. And so when you take partially accurate and partially accurate, I have no idea what's actually making it Japanese. But yeah. So the Dutch is really bad. Does not shock me. Because it's only as accurate. So garbage in, garbage out. And so it's taking partial, right? It's taking partial information and it's running it through partial information. People guessing that people forgot to change their date on their DDoS script? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't have any issues. Is the Omni 80 combat or crafting 2? All of them. Zexus is all of it. Omni, true Omni. Not Omni battle, not true Omni. So what we have is, here's all my hand and land. Done. Derplander is the accepted last name of the character in the trailer. The accepted name of the character in the trailer. So Reginald Derplander is a character I'm using for some projects I'm working on. So that's a secondary character. I have several characters. That's just the other one that's on Sargatanas. So this is all that's left. So I am chasing Samurai right now. Chad Lander, now that they added the best temple. Bobby said he would resign if he wasn't able to fix things quickly. Guys, I have actively disliked Bobby Kotick. Not enough to be real vocal about it, but like, you know, he doesn't make my, God, back in the day, do you remember when like cell phones had those plans where you could like set favorite people and you could invite them? Bobby Kotick has been on the list of people who wouldn't be in my favorite, right? If I could have a dinner party with a bunch of celebrities, Bobby Kotick's never invited. And over the last several weeks, like the Wall Street Journal taking things out of context, and then the Wall Street Journal revealing that like the worst thing that they can do to him is reference something from 15 years ago that he said he wouldn't do again. And we now have 15 years of information to look back and go, oh, and he didn't. Like, somehow, if he ends up coming out of this resigning, I'm going to end up liking Bobby Kotick more. Now, my dislike was way below 0, so, like, I'm not guaranteeing that moves him up into, like, but, like, you know, he's moving up. See, he's... So, I'm just saying, there will be celebrities I like less than Bobby Kotick if he comes out of this
having quit. So. Alright. Cannot locate character with that name. Mother of God, of course not. I'm ready to do anything and everything. I need... If it's after 9, I need leveling at least. And other than that, I don't care. We can just run highest. Doesn't matter. Alright. So. And then let me... If we're going into the 60s, then I want to be a samurai. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to follow Fido's lead. And then I'm going to jump back out to Ilmeg. Cool. Well, let's spam some dungeons. So we'll do this for a while today, and then at some point I'll switch to New World. I don't have an exact schedule. Once I switch to New World, for Twitch drops, we'll be over there for probably an hour or two. I'll set a goal when I log in, and we'll stay over there till I get it done. And then, if there's time left in stream, we'll do Dwarf Fortress. I'd like to move to a more, like, set schedule throughout the week and try that out, where we have, like, set times, and I may even put an overlay on the screen. So, I'd like to start trying, like, hey, what if we say, hey, I'm going to play this game in this way from 8 a.m. to 10, and then I'm going to play in this other way from 10 to noon, noon to 2, 2 to 4, or something like that. Yeah. You're ordering a new PC. Congratulations. I ordered my editing PC last week. It will not be here until January. January. Kona, 1,000. Thank you so much. You can't wait for Endwalker to be a space ninja. I'm really excited that we're going to space. Yoshi P said that he was excited to see what we thought about our story at the level 83 quest, and I think people took that as a spoiler. Just keep in mind that I can't open it in here because of duty, but level 83 is when we get our first trial. So, like, all he's saying is that he thinks the first trial is going to be a doozy, which is not atypical. But I'm hoping we're going to space around 83. January, but that's like next year. I know, so when I ordered it, I have a buddy that works for Apple, and he was like, "Dude, I'm so sorry about your shipping date, man," because he's really excited. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm really excited to be getting one of the new MacBooks." He's like, "Yeah, they're really amazing." He said they're truly astounding. He's blown away, and he's always pro Apple, but like he goes, "These are really special," and he was really excited for me, and he was sorry about it. I was like, yeah, but like it's December and not that many days, so like it's not that far out. Like I'm not offended. I'm on a 2015, so he's like, I just wish it could be this year for you. A couple weeks is not. It's not like, oh no, if I have to do another couple weeks with my 2015 iMac. This thing is so old. So yeah. Anima trial. So they have said we're fighting the Magus sisters and Anima. So we know those are the two enemies. Those are the two opponents. The two things that have been listed. There's a lot of speculation going on. I don't want to do too much kind of spoilery stuff, but there's a lot of like logical things that we would do. God, I don't have like any combos in this range, do I? So we have a lot of things that we might do. But Anima and Magus Sisters were both confirmed in the live letter on a slide, so I don't feel that's spoilery. We also have been shown in the media tour the Tower of Zot footage, and so we can remove one of those from the list. So finding Anima for the 83 trial would be quite logical. Are we good to Mr. Happy speculation for 83? I don't know what he speculated. But I assume it's Anima. Either that, or it is the enemy from the trailer. Would be my guess. And then I think we have... So then we have 2 more trials, right? We have the 80, 87, and then the 90. You think the Magus Sisters will also be a trial? Even though they were referenced in Tower of Zot? Oh, he thinks they combine. That's clever. That's clever. Do we know if the new AF gear will be available on launch when reaching 90? I don't know what the typical pattern is for when they release AF gear. I guess it was locked behind the job quest before, so I would assume maybe the role quest this time? So. The Magus Sisters were the Tower of Zot. They remain separate sisters in Tower of Zot. So we have video of that, yes. We've already seen that. That's not a reveal. That's not... We know that. That's been... And that's not tied into MSQ yet, because we did not get to do the MSQ going into that. So we don't really know... So, like, we can say it without accidentally revealing something that would have been revealed in, like, the quest leading up to it, because we haven't done the quest leading up to it. So yeah, you would do the sisters at 81, and then in 83 you would do a trial of them combining. It's a little odd, but it's possible. Yeah, could be. It's a good guess. And then we know that Xenos is our Reaper reveal, and we know that Anima is the Reaper pet, so that's another one, without getting too far into speculating based on MSQ. So, assuming people have, like, watched the live letter, and we're only talking about things that are in the live letter. They have talked about in the live letter that Xenos is a Reaper. Right. So, like, I'm trying to limit it to things that Yoshi P is willing to reveal, because Yoshi P, when he reveals something we think is spoilery, in his mind he goes, oh, if you only knew. Like, so, if he's willing to say it and he says that doesn't spoil any of the big stuff, then that's where I'm at. People are wanting a little break. I think there'll be a tons of 4 preferences. I think there are people that are playing through 4 right now. That's a good suggestion. I'm hoping that Halo could get the Slayer stuff added. It's Monday. What are they doing out there? Can you guys hear them? I don't know what to do about about a lawn care my neighbor has. For reference, guys, if you guys ever live in North Texas, there is no reason to work on your yard. A standard landscaping contract is 40 weeks. In a 52-week year, you need to have your yard mowed 40 times. 40. And that is once a week during the temperate months, and then every other week during the cold months, when the grass stops growing, and in the dead heat of summer. There's a couple skippable weeks. 12. There's 12 skippable weeks. Brian, I will still have to hear it. So getting it totally out of you won't stop it from distracting me. It's still wildly distracting. I think it mutes most of it out when I go watch the playback. There is a leaf blower 12 feet from my face. I can hear it very, 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 very loud. It is like having somebody rev a car engine in front of my house. So, can I turn down in-game music? Absolutely. Yeah, I turned it up for Brian. Sorry about that. Thank you. Why are they mowing? They are just getting robbed. They worked on their yard twice last week, and then I assume they'll be here again tomorrow. It's crazy. So it's not even just about my sound quality. It's literally that, like, I can't focus when there's lawn care going on outside. The grass this time of year literally doesn't grow. I have not mowed my yard in, like, my wife and I, we've mowed once in the last month. And, like, it would look a little nicer if we'd mowed right now. We'll mow next week. Now, if you want your yard to look really nice, every other week is plenty right now. It's plenty. You don't ever want to cut off more than a third of the grass in one go. So if you're letting it grow to the point where you need to cut down more than a third, that you're letting it grow too long. There are also a number of weeds that go to seed certain times a year. And if you're letting it grow tall enough that the weeds can go to seed, that's a problem. And so there are, depending on your particular lawn, there are times a year that every other week in the middle of, like, the spring and the fall is not enough. I get that. But it's never more than once a week. Ever here. There might be places in the world that are. It's never more than once a week here. Unless you have some weird, like, zoysia or something, some exotic grass. But she doesn't. She has normal freaking grass. It's a North Texas special. Like, there's nothing. She's got nice plants, nice landscaping. All right. Ridiculous. But a lot of times, so, like, there was a, oh god, it's New York Times or Wall Street Journal, and they were writing an opinion, Ed, like, right when, and they were talking about, like, what people's biggest complaints were when we first all got sent home. And a lot of people's complaints were how loud their lawn care is, especially people in all these really nice neighborhoods. Is all these people in really nice neighborhoods pay for crazy lawn care. I don't live in a really nice neighborhood, but there are people that do, and they pay for this crazy lawn care, and they don't realize how loud it is because they're gone all day. So it just gets taken care of, and so they don't realize that to keep their, like, perfectly manicured lawn requires some guy with, like, a backpack leaf blower out there for an hour to keep there from being, you know, one stray strand of grass from sitting on the sidewalk after being cut. So, I don't know. Seems like a lot of money, though. I should probably ask her how much she spends and see if I can just take it over. Because with how much care she's getting, it's probably a pretty good living. But I wouldn't be doing it twice a week, so she wouldn't be getting what she is now. But I'll cut it way down. I'll cut it way down. Alright. But, like, I've thought about adjusting my stream schedule to try to plan around it. Like, well, I just won't, because I just won't go live. That way I can, like, be doing dishes or be in another, because I'm in the room that, like, looks out at her house. So I'm really close to her house. So I'll just trim my stream schedule. But in the last, like, 3 months, when I've thought about adjusting my stream schedule, they have mowed on Mondays, Tuesdays, Fridays, sometimes 2 of those days. And so, like, I would have to effectively just not stream. They have mowed at 8 a.m., 10 a.m., 1:30. So, like, I can't even be like, oh, well, I'll just move my streams to be more in the afternoon. Nothing. There is no predictability. So. Alright. You have 50 quests left in Shadowbringers MSQ. That is a lot. But you're in Shadowbringers. Do you have this week off? If you have this week off, you could play for, like, you know, a couple hours in the morning and a couple hours at night. That way you don't feel like you're rushing and you can kind of enjoy your time, and you should make it. Be close. If you miss the first couple days, it's no big deal.
no big deal. I mean, it's no big deal to ever be late. Like, it's not too late to start Final Fantasy for the first time now. But for people that want that early expansion experience, because of when it's releasing and because of the delay, there's going to be a lot of people that aren't able to finish MSQ when it first comes out. Which means any of the people who are late to get started might still pass people who were caught up. You know, like Brian really only has like 3 days before he has to return to kind of his normal life. Tank's gonna get triple calm. Did I level? What am I on? Samurai? No. 66. Big dent, though. Right? I don't think I leveled. Scroll back up. No. I got 3.5 million. So I got almost all of that. Okay. Cool. Still good. So I'll level in the next dungeon we do. Which I think, since Fido's level 61, I assume we'll be running Stormblood stuff. So, we'll run... I'm guessing that he'll do Siren Song C. Which will get us from... That'll get him to 62, so we'll have to run Siren Song C several times in a row. Unless there's something else that gives him experience. Okay. But, yeah. I think you can do it. I think you can finish. I have 50s, 60s, 70s. So I think I'm exactly where Fido is. I can't, since we're not in the same world, I can't right-click interact. But I believe I have something for whatever job they are. So whatever Fido switches to, I have 50s, 60s, and 70s. Now, if we like stay on 60s all day, I only have one. And so if Samurai hits 70s, I won't have anything else that's in the 60s. But I can stay pretty optimal all day. I believe I'm closer to Omni than Fido is, too. Which is good. This was a weird race. We've both made enormous progress. Do I have any new gear? No. There we go. If we pop into Shadowbringers dungeons, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're in the 60s. We're in Stormblood right now. But Fido's closed a lot of the gap. Fido's closed a lot of the gap. I had a massive gap at the beginning. When we both first started really chasing. So I'll probably still win, but it's been close. Repair this. Unable to do while mounted. That's weird. Cool. So I'll just stay on whatever job's in the range that Fido is. So if Fido changes jobs, I'll change jobs. And let me jump over to... That's all 68. I don't have anything for Samurai to do except for dungeons. Because I have no quests below level 68 left in the game. Switching to 71. Okay. If your brother-in-law is wanting to... Oh, you have... Okay, we have healer and tank. Got it. 71. So let me switch to Bard. 71 Machinist. There we go. Machinist. There we go. That's optimal. Oh, Fido's got a healer. Yeah, this is Fido and his brother-in-law. Cool. I'm just along for the ride. And then that gets me... Oh, I can pick these quests up now. I mean, we'll get an instant queue, but I can pick them up while they queue. It'll be instant. It will literally be instant. So as long as we don't get the Orcsy one, I can work on them a couple seconds at a time between pulls. Right here. Like, these couple seconds right here, I can slowly make progress. And I can put them all on my Machinist today. Machinist should have no trouble making it to 72 here. Fido's still level 71. If Fido gets to 73 before me, I'll switch to Barb. So, my goal is just to be along for the ride and not be the one that holds them back at all. Since I am the guest. Because they would be doing this with or without me. I wonder if Lamatad is doing anything tonight. Let's see if I could get some E12 in. I'd like to finish with Todd, but that's really, like, I want to be really respectful of his schedule, but I'd like to finish with Todd. It's who I started with, and I would love to have the memory of always saying, like, you know, like, I cleared my whole first tier with Lamatad. It feels weird to clear 3 of the 4 and then not stay for the last one. So, that feels like the right thing. Why do they make it when you're in a dungeon or event that you can't use your friends list? You're literally on a different server. So it's literally just a technical limitation way. So right now, we are on the instance server, so I would only be able to see my friends that are also on the instance server. So it's just all disabled. So we are literally on a different server. There have been times where the instance server has gone offline and the main world hasn't, and people who were in an instance were disconnected and could not log back in. So back earlier in the game's life when it was less stable, there have been times where only the instance server has had issues, and it's literally just an entirely different. So we're kind of temporary world transferring to it and then back. So that's why all of the social features work differently. Which is why when they were announcing Zadnor and Bozja, I said I really hope that it's done with the world visit system, because the world visit system transfers you to a full-fledged server, as opposed to the instance server has these inherent restrictions, such as, like, almost all things on the instance server have a timer, and so the timer is kind of a component of it. So, I mean, it kind of has some nice things, though, is that, like, I know nobody in here is, like, busy interacting with social features. So there's a little bit of respect in saying, like, hey, you're supposed to be focusing on the duty right now. So, like, it's not all bad. There are some things that can jump across. Like, free company chat can jump the gap. But not everything can. So, alright. That's a lot of experience. I'm getting 30 to 50,000 experience per monster here. Make sure my earring was on. This is nuts. I'm getting hundreds of thousands of experience per pull, which is great because, like, I need 4.4 million more experience to level. So, like, it's not doing it instantly, but I am getting quite a bit. Which is why running your highest level dungeon with designated healers and tanks gives you, like, some of the best experience per hour. And in my opinion, it's the most valid experience per hour, because I'm getting a chance to use all of my highest level skills. I'm getting a chance to, like, you know, actually try playing the job. So, like, I'm slowly kind of realizing mistakes I'm making, and I'll try to adjust. I'm getting a chance to kind of stare at my abilities a little more.
I don't know, like, if you're gonna hit level cap and have any knowledge of your job, it's gonna be because you ran instances, in my opinion. If the metric by which we determine a good or bad player is how well they do in 4 and 8 man content, then the only way to get better at it is to do 4 and 8 man content. And ideally, not syncs. So ideally, 4 and 8 man content where you specifically have access to everything. How is Stormblood Beast Tribes for 60 to 70? It's fine, but it doesn't scale like the Pixie stuff does. So, like, it's worth it while you're, like, if you want the mounts, it's worth doing. But, like, I thought Namatsu was the best Beast Drive as far as bang for buck, because at the time, that was some of your best experience available to crafters. Now, we have better. Ishgard Restoration's way better. But it's fine. Like, when I was doing my... I've been doing my, my Vanu Vanus, which, like, I could go finish those if I would just do today's. And they're fine when I'm in that level range, but they're not amazing. So. Anyone know what the allowances cap at? What do you mean? For Beast Tribes? 12. You get 12 every day, but you can have yesterday's still in your inventory. Oh god, I'm not gonna get there. You can have 12, so you could have 12 theoretically in your quest log from yesterday and do 24 today. If you picked up 12 yesterday and you did not do them, you could finish them and then you still have 12 available for today. Because it burns the allowance when you pick them up, not when you complete them. Now, unlike leaves, if you drop the quest, you get the allowance back. With a leave, if you drop it, it's gone. When you pick up the leave, it burns the allowance. But if you drop the leave, you don't get that leave back. And so, like, one of the things that... So, like, I didn't do my Pixie Dailies Saturday. So if I had logged in on Saturday and picked up my Pixie Dailies and not done them, then this morning when stream started at 8, I could have completed Saturdays. I would have still been within the Sunday window from 9 a.m. Sunday morning through 9 a.m. Monday morning. I could have picked up Sundays. It could have ticked over to 9 o'clock. I could have finished Sundays, and then I could have done Mondays today. And so, technically, since stream starts at 8 this morning, I could have done Pixie Dailies 3 times today. If I had picked up, but I would require that I pick them up on Saturday. Which I technically could have picked up Sunday morning pre-9 a.m. So if I had logged on Sunday morning for breakfast, picked up Pixie Dailies, and immediately logged out, then I could have done Pixie Dailies 3 times today, which is enough. Which Pixie Dailies 3 times will take me all the way from 70 to 71. So I could have gone from 70 to 71 in 15 minutes today by doing the same 3 quests 3 times in a row. If I'm aiming for Omni, do I have crafting and gathering max? Well, I already do. Mine are already at cap. If you don't want to define it as that, define it however you want. But some people define Omni Battle as Omni Battle. Some define Omni as including crafters and gatherers. But, like, I already have all of my crafters and gatherers at cap. Blue Mage is capped, so whether or not you count Blue Mage, mine's already capped, so it doesn't matter. Casters are all capped, the 3 casters. All 4 tanks are capped. All 3 healers are capped. And so I am working through Fizz ranged and melee. I have 1 melee and 1 Fizz ranged already capped, so I'm working on this middle section. And I am in here with Fido. And Fido is Omni, Crafter, and Gatherer as well, and Blue Mage is at cap. So, by all definitions, we will be Omni 80 by all definitions at the same time, because the only classes that would not be included in someone's definition of Omni is Blue Mage and the Crafters and Gatherers, and we both already have them all. Do I think the Master Titles and Gatherers are gone? No, they've already announced on the official website that those are sticking around, but they will change the requirements to unlock them. So, no need to try to gather 20,000 high quality in the next 7 days. It'll change. Probably to a number of gatherers or a number of collectibles or something like that. Now, it may reset your progress, possibly,
If it's not added to an existing line of achievements, it may reset your progress. So if you're at like 19,500, go ahead and get it. So, here's where Fido's at. He's Omni 50, just like I am. So we're both, everything is 50 or above. And then we're here with his brother-in-law, who's an Omni, all the way. So his brother-in-law is just helping out Fido, and I'm along for the ride. And then we have a rando. And the rando is here on, look at them. There we go. The rando here is leveling Dancer for their second 80s. They tried out tanking, but ultimately doing some Fizz ranged. But yes, Chris, that was confirmed. So you say you're pretty sure that was physically confirmed by, or like that was literally confirmed by Square Enix. 2, 3, 4. So, requirements will change, but all titles and stuff will just be adjusted. They're trying not to make it feel like a punishment. Which I think is the right call. Is Fido helping me dungeon spam? Yeah. Fido has today off work, and Fido said that this week was going to be doing degenerate levels of leveling, was his exact phrase. If I wanted to be along for the ride. And the answer is 100%. Because otherwise, the best thing for me to do on Machinist right now is to sit in Zadnor for 6 hours a day, and I can't do it. And spamming's really nice. There's no party finder in between. There's no duty finder in between. Like, you just literally go dungeon to dungeon to dungeon. And because Fido has healers, and because we have an Omni with us, like a pocket Omni, we're literally sitting with a tank and or healer every single run. So we will have instant queues all day. So, yeah, I'm just along for the ride. Oh, that feels good. I'm getting better at this. I'm not good about using my heat gauge. Sometimes I look down and I realize I burned my heat gauge and I haven't used it. So I'm getting a little better. Ah. Tried. So I've got to get a little better about that. I feel like I'm starting to get better. I don't have amazing... Well, actually, I have pretty good gear right now. I'm in 70... I'm in 400, so right now I'm really good. I don't have Shadowbringer's gear on. I have the best of Stormblood's tome gear on. So I have the Poetic set on. And then the ring. The earring, I mean. Which is 430. So it's pretty amazing right now. It'll drop off. I mean, it syncs with you, but like... I think there might be better at some point. Maybe not. What's the best way of finding a free company for Endwalker? Probably within a Discord or Reddit or forum community that you align with, would be my guess. If you don't have, like, real-life friends or something that you're trying to play with, you know, a sibling or a coworker or something like that, I've always found forums to be a great place to find like-minded individuals, because you've kind of already sought out a group of people you agree with, so, you know... If you like being in the balance community, then go see if there's people in the balance community on your server that have one or something like that. Earring is BIS until 80. So at 80, it didn't seem to be, and from 80 to 81, it should still be giving its bonus. And so you can get a better earring at 80. Right? There's a literal community finder on the list, so nice. There's also Fellowship Finder in-game, which is designed for that. It's right here under the social tab. And it's literally designed to find like-minded groups. I just find it less reliable. You're having to skim through everything as opposed to, like, if you already know that you tend to spend all of your time in the same, like, 2 Final Fantasy Discords, it seems like that would be a great place to start, because you already know that those people have something in common. Right. So I haven't been using drill, so that's something I need to be better about. And the Fellowship Finder in-game now is spammed with people selling clears because they're not allowed to use Party Finder anymore. So the Fellowship Finder in-game was pretty much a casualty of the most recent Terms of Service update. Sorry. Not great. So if you're switching to Oceanic, that's going to be hard because that's going to fragment. Unless you find a free company that is planning to switch to Oceanic in its entirety, you're effectively going to leave that behind. And so there are going to be people that don't switch to Oceanic, even though it would be better ping, because they have like a long established, they've been playing with the same people for, imagine they've been playing with the same people since ARR, and those people all live in Europe or something like that. And so those people moved to EU when the EU data center opened. And so they've stayed with those people. And those people are not from the Oceanic region. There are people that will not switch. There are people that will, right? And so if you join a free company, even of people who are like all Australian, you may find like some don't want to switch and some do. So whatever you do, when the Oceanic data center comes out, you may be changing it up. I mean, it's a bummer, but like the answer is not you can never do it because it's inconvenient. You can't be stuck not ever releasing Oceanic Data Center because it wasn't there at launch. That's not the right answer. And the same thing could be said of the Spanish Data Center. You rated Mythic in WoW, and so you're looking for kind of like-minded people. They'll absolutely be in game. So the Icy Veins style community, the old EJB, the old Elitist Jerks forums and stuff, that is called the Balance community here. That is the primary place that takes place. There is the Balance Discord. That's where all the optimizers live. So you could start there and see if you could find a group of people who are on EU that are going to move. That way you guys ideally can go through, because what will happen is our very first Savage fights of the tier will release in January, but we're not going into Oceanic until the spring, and it would be really nice if you could raid the first Savage tier with people that were going to move. That would be awesome, right? Because in 6.1, we're going to get an ultimate fight. And it would be really nice to go through Ultimate with the group that you already went through Savage with. And then we're going to get another set of Savage fights. We'll get P 5 through 8 in 6.3. And so this is a really good set of patches for Raiders. And it would be really awesome if you're looking for a static, if you could find that static before starting it, so that you get to experience all 3 of those tiers together. The 2 Savage tiers and the, oh god, that was me not paying attention. Let me out. And so, just for your kind of awareness as a raider, with the exception of WoD, WoW is, and the reason 6.1 or 9.15 is so big and they didn't release it, so in typical games would have called the amount of content in 9.1.5 9.2. That's what they would have called it, right? And so there is some confusion with people who are watching WoW coverage that don't play WoW, why 9.2 wasn't 9.2 and why there won't be a 9.3, but that doesn't mean there won't be content. Because they have realized that the WoW community does not like calling something a patch that does not have a raid tier. And every raid tier comes out with a Mythic level raid boss, since Mythic was added, for every single, oh god, for every single boss. So every raid comes out and is available at Mythic for every boss. The way LFR works is a little bit different, but for a Mythic quality player, every patch means a massive amount of content. Every dungeon gets Mythic Plus, so there's this massive amount of content for high-end players. In 14, we get 5 full patches and half patches for every expansion. That's been the history. They've said they're possibly reevaluating that with Endwalker moving forward, because Endwalker is going to be the end of the main story, and so if there was ever a time to change us to 4 patches or 6 patches, now would be the time. But based on 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and 5.0, we get 5 patches. 6.0, 6.2, 6.4 each get 4 raid bosses. The definition of a raid boss has changed, but what that now means is it is an 8-man fight. There is only trash if that is needed for the boss, but it does not all raids get trash. There's not always a door boss component, and they run in sets of 4. 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 12. We number those in that order, and we give it a first initial. The current raid tier is referred to as Eden, so it's an E. The new raid tier will be referred to as Pandemonium, so it will be a P. The Stormblood one, if we go backwards, was referred to as Omega, so it's O. The one before that was Alexander, so it's A. And so that is where you see that numbering. So we're going to run E12S is the most recent Savage tier. It was released December 8th of 2020. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. That is because of content. We had a 4-month content delay mid-2020, like every other gaming studio. And so that means for hardcore raiders, Savage are kind of somewhere between heroic and mythic difficulty. Comes out 3 separate times, and you gap out in between. In between, we have odd or even numbered patches, or odd numbered patches, 0.1, 0.3, 0.5, and those get alliance raids, which are 24-man raids. They do not have a higher difficulty available, as well as we're getting trials. Trials get extremes, which is definitely down in that like heroic level quality, definitely not mythic. And that's it. So you kind of gap out, which makes it very easy to stay caught up on gear because your weekly lockouts, you have a long time until the next Savage, so you can easily gear out multiple classes, which is good because your weekly lockout applies to your whole character. A lot of top-end players to get around that have like an alt that's a tank, an alt that's a healer, and their main has all the classes, but you wouldn't have to. You could get multiple sets of gear in time for the next patch because we have 16-week patch cycles and you're going to have 32 weeks until the next Savage. So you've got plenty of time to get pieces, assuming you're getting a clear every single week. But in addition to this, we also have ultimate fights. Ultimate fights never get synced down, or like they never get easier. We don't get the echo. You cannot go into them higher level than they were introduced. They're always, always, always going to be in kind of that time walking state. Always, you can't just blast them. They are cosmetic only drops. They are really cool looking weapons, and that's it. So they're really cool looking weapons, and cool titles. But we've only gotten 3 of them ever. We were supposed to get a 4th. We were supposed to get a 3rd and 4th this expansion. The 4th one was delayed, and to 6.1. So we were told that it is Dragon Song War, so we already know the fight. They are combinations of old bosses. So in WoW terms, what that would be is that would be like if you did a Wrath of the Lich King Ultimate, and it ended in, so you went and you pulled 1 or 2 bosses from Ulduar, 1 or 2 bosses from, maybe it ended with the Lich King, and you fought them back to back in the same encounter. So imagine if you took the robot boss from Ulduar, and after you beat it, and you go through, and so it's multiple bosses across a theme. and they are all fought in one big long encounter, and so they can be like 13 to 20 minute fights or something silly. They're ridiculously long. Every time you wipe, you go all the way back to the beginning. They are incredibly mechanically demanding. And the only reason people run into DPS checks is because their rotations are suffering because they're too busy respecting mechanics. Because they're really well documented. When they first come out, they're just freaking hard. But eventually, like if I go into UCOB, I'm literally sitting at the top of whatever its gear is, and people have found ways to optimize for that. But UCOB is not a DPS check anymore. UCOB is mechanics. As a matter of fact, it's so mechanically driven that a group of very, very high-end players set the trend that UCOB can technically be cleared with not any combination of, but with a specific, like there are ways to clear it with 8 tanks. But the fact that you can clear it with 8 tanks, for a lot of people can't clear it at all. So it's not that like, oh, well, they clear with 8 tanks. My group can just go in and stomp it because we're gonna have a properly comped party. No, you gotta know your stuff. So, I think the fact that it's been done with 8 tanks makes people assume that it's really, really easy, and that's just not true. One of the guys that was in the first 8 tank clear has cleared UCOB more than 400 times, so that's somebody who literally can call that fight without watching. Yeah, just like people that can do high mythic keys with no heals. That implies that, like, oh, well, if I'm going to have a healer, it'll be easy then. No. When they are teaching people to fight, it is still 2 melee, 2 ranged, 2 healers, 2 tanks. The first thing people do once they've cleared it before and they want to add a challenge is I will see people drop to 1 healer or 1 tank for different ultimate fights. So they'll start bending it. The theory there being if everybody knows their stuff, by having an extra DPS, you can speed up the clear a little bit. So that's effectively a rundown of how all of the high-end content releases over the expansion. In addition to that, we have a system called Deep Dungeon, which is kind of like Torghast, minus the fact that it is definitely not required, which I think would single-handedly make Torghast more exciting if you were only doing Torghast when it felt fun. So think Mage Tower, but less individually tuned. And it is designed to be done in 4-man parties, but you are allowed to solo it. And so you could run in 3s, 2s, or solo. It can be soloed on every single class in the game. It takes about 6 hours to solo. If you die, you start over, and you get a title, and that's it for clearing it solo. That's your big magical reward. It's probably the single hardest PvE style content you can do in the game for a solo player. And Deep Dungeon has had 2 iterations. The first was in Heavensward, called Palace of the Dead. The second was in Stormblood, and was called Heaven on High. We did not get one in Shadowbringers. The hard solo content in Shadowbringers was in our Maw style zone, which is called the Queens of Gunhildr questline. It is our relic content. And it is also not required. So the Maw would be a lot more enjoyable if it was optional. And when there are, basically there's boss fights up. Imagine Threads of Fate. That's going on. There's kind of world quests up in this zone. And there's normal world quests and boss world quests. Picture the world bosses from like the anniversary event. And if you do well in a world boss event, it pulls people into an instance in the real world. And there's 48 people. And if you don't get hit by a single mechanic, you do everything right, it will randomly pull one of the people that does it perfectly into a solo boss fight. And you take on a boss by yourself. There's a series of those. They're called duels. And that's the hardest single player content in Shadowbringers. We did not get a deep dungeon. They have, however, confirmed they're going to be adding another deep dungeon in Endwalker. That's typically released in the middle of the expansion. So, Yeah. And so that's from Bozja and Zadnor. You're going to need to get pretty far into Bozja and Zadnor to have success in those because they have a unique skill system. Kind of like Torghast does, where you get to bend your class through a system called Lost Actions, where you can literally, like, equip a heal or a res to your tank or whatever. There's all sorts of ridiculous abilities you unlock that kind of allow you to break your class, and you're going to need to have those to win the duels. It's also going to be helpful that once you hit the max level inside that zone, you do lose experience when you die. That experience is called metal. But once you cap your level at level 25, any additional metal you get to dump into a system called Valors, which starts to give you permanent buffs. And those buffs are where you can add to the amount of health you have, or the amount of healing you have, or the amount of DPS you do. And you can get up to where you have 10, 10, and 10, which requires, like, I don't know, like a 3 billion metal or something stupid. It's some just silly number. People do it, though. And then in addition to that, that zone also has raids tied to it. Think Wrath of the Lich King PvP raids is probably the most similar, where it kind of just bends the rules and nothing matters. So we have two zones, Bozja and Zadnor, and they each have a raid inside of them, Castrum, Latorum, and Dalreda, and in between, we have a standalone raid that you queue into called Delibrum, which does have a Savage mode. Delibrum is done in 24-man, but the Savage is done in 48, and the Savage is nuts. And the Savage is meant to pay tribute to Stormblood having a system called Baldesian Arsenal, which was a raid at the end of it. Those get really crazy, and all the rules get tossed out the window. Imagine if you designed a raid, but you said, okay, I'm not going to require that people bring healers or tanks. I now am going to design the content to be completable without healers or tanks. 390, I have 400. So it's pretty nuts. Can I desynthesize mid-combat? If I haven't been hit, I can. Alright, and that'll let me roll on that. And then I can desynthesize the other one here. After. Which one do I need? I need to get rid of healing. I'm getting to the point where I've received everything on the loot table, and loot's unique in this game. Dungeon loot is unique in this game versus WoW. Because it's also, like, I mean, there are things that are unique in WoW. It's not a new concept. But, like, none of this is tradable. And so they just stop you from, like, stockpiling it. But I can desynthesize it, which is, like, disenchanting. And that will allow me to roll. There we go. Cool. So. I'm glad it helps, Waydoz. I have played a lot of WoW over the years. I was really disappointed for them to have finally done a series of things big enough that I needed to step away. I would love to see them bring the game back to something I could be excited about for 10.0. And I absolutely think there's a path. I don't think that anything that's happened is irredeemable. I think everything that has happened is the actions of individuals. And a company and a franchise are not anything more than the summation of what a group of individuals did. And so if you remove those individuals and you correct their actions, I think the game is absolutely redeemable. So I would love to go back to playing WoW and 14 at the same time. I would love to. And I would love to be able to talk in terms this comfortably about Guild Wars. I've played Guild Wars all the way to Cap. I'm aware of the fractal system. I'm aware of this. I played ESO when it first came out. It's been a long time. Guild Wars has an expansion coming out next spring. I'd love to be in a position to start covering it then. So, that's where I'd like to be. I think next year, as I look out at my schedule, I'll probably play 12 to 16 hours of 14 a week with my stream schedule, and I'll be playing other games as well. That will be different for patch weeks. So the week that a patch runs out, from Tuesday through the end of the week, 14 will take priority. So that'll also, what'll happen is when I did the math on patch weeks, I'll end up with like 20 to 25 hours of playtime. And so if out of every 16 weeks, I'll do 12 to 16 hours on a standard week, and then on the 16th week, and maybe on the half patch days as well, I'll up that by about 8 hours. Because patch comes out on Tuesday. That will vary because, like, sometimes it'll actually not be that much more because for patches that have a Savage tied to them, a lot of times there's a 24-hour maintenance and they don't come up early because of the World First race. And so you end up losing that Monday. And so I'd love to have other things. I also want to be more organized about posting what my schedule is so people know what to expect and when to expect it. So expect me to be kind of trying. I'll be messing with that over the next couple weeks as we go into Endwalker. And then after we settle into Endwalker through the end of the year so that I can go into January with like a clean head on my shoulders of like, what is stream for next year? Aiming. Okay, cool. I'm going to collect that full set of daggers. So I should be able to desynth on the run. And this is really nice because my desynth here is actually leveling from these. Cool. You guys can't see it because it's by my face, but I am gaining desynth skill for that, which is awesome. Do I know if all battle jobs to 80 mounts going to stay? Yes, they stay. They stay. They don't do anything like WoW where it's ahead of the curve that's not tied to PvP. The only time mounts in this game get removed from access is tied to PvP or tied to crossover events that they take out of the game, like seasonal events. Our seasonal events don't repeat, so like in WoW, you can still get the very same Brewfest RAM that you got at the very first Brewfest. In 14, like seasonal events are new every time, and so every winter we get a new seasonal event with new seasonal cosmetics, and that means that like when a seasonal event comes back around for its anniversary, last year's seasonal events enter the Mog Station, and the new seasonal events get added to the game. And so in between, there's a no man's sky, like no man's land, no man's sky, when you can't acquire those items at all. So I have, for example, the chicken. All my healers are dressed in chicken suits from the Easter event. Next Easter, those chicken suits will be sellable in the Mog Station, which is like they're a couple bucks. They're cheap. So if they're really important to you, they're cheap. If they're not important to you, don't get them. But there will be a new set of Easter items. So the Easter items the year before was the bunny suit. So there are a handful of things that don't enter the Mog Stations, like the Garo mounts never did. It happens, but it's rare. It is the exception, not the rule. It's a bummer when it's the one thing you wanted, but it is if you take 100 items added to the game, I would say 90 of them are going to remain in the game forever and ever. 9 of them out of that 100 are going to be acquirable through them at a later date, either through a re-release of the same event or the Mog Station. Now, you might want to separate those two things because it frustrates you that things cost real money that didn't at one time. But one of those two methods, there will be a way to get that item back. The last one item is gone forever. They're gone forever. So it does happen. It's very rare. Very, very rare. And so like the Garo event, for example, was added to the game, but they don't have the rights to just bring that item back unless it's going to be a cross promotion. So they're going to reach back out to Garo and run it again. Now, I bet they're expecting Garo to pay them. Okay, so we've got a Lakeland Glaives. Nope. Oh, come on. Come on! There we go. Descent. The cutscene trying to play got me. There we go. Ooh, a molybdenum ingot. Really nice to be in loot high enough that I can get like some reasonable stuff here. Cool. Was that summoner event with the sunglasses part of Garo? I don't know. I'm not the glamour guy. So I'm not somebody that knows all that stuff. When I think of like glamour content creators that also cover like the news, so they would be aware of kind of what happens when, you know, at the intersect of the news that's been announced and glamour, I think of Zepla, and actually more so Mione. I think Mione is probably the single best source of somebody that is aware of what has been announced as things that the game is working on, and what that means for glamour. I think Mione is the go-to for that intersection, by far. He does a great job. He covers every single thing that goes to the lodestone. And he cares about glamour, so he's gonna, like, if you show him glamour, he will know what it is and where it came from. So, if you care a lot about glamour and you are not following Mione, please do. Thank you, Chris. I assume you already are, but if you're not, I leveled in there somewhere, didn't I? I did. I did level. Ooh. Fido leveled as well. This is a really effective way to level. Ow. Alright. There we go. Oh, man. That'll drop me to 77 to go. I am 72 right now. Sorry, I'm gonna focus. Focus, focus, focus. Whoa. There we go. Get here. Big smack. Oh, we lost our healer. Oh, God. Ah. See if I can pay more attention, not get us killed. We do not have a res either. See if I can pay hard attention here. And then I don't know that I have any other way to heal. I don't even think I have potions on me. I don't. Okay. We should be fine. Yes, LB. There we go. Oh, nice. Cool. Single target already did it. We might get this. We will get this. Nice. There we go. I just maxed Spirit Bond with, like, everything. Like, look at all this. It just, like, my whole chat log was just Spirit Bond, Spirit Bond, Spirit Bond. Cool. Look at all that. I'm getting all sorts of materia here. Holy crap. And perfect. I mean, I think for leveling dungeons especially, not needing a healer is really fair. Because that's what this is, right? This is a leveling dungeon. So, I think that's really reasonable. Alright. Let me go to Actions. And go to Desynth. And let's just start desynthing all of it. I don't need to desynth all of it, but it takes too long to find just the good stuff, so we're just going to go in order. Because some of this is just going to result in trash. So I should have just turned it in for Grand Company seals. Remember that Grand Company seals will be a lot more valuable. Oh, and let me adjust this. Alright. Are we a full group? No. No. If whatever Fido wants to do. So, I'm along for the ride. I am a guest in this group. I do run like party finders and stuff from time to time, but right now we're just slamming dungeons back to back. I'm with a member of the community and their brother-in-law. They were running, and they're running as a healer tank combo, so it's literally just slamming us. And I'm staying at whatever is the optimal dungeon. One of them's Omni 80, and I'm staying at whatever is the optimal. I'm not like the goal is for Fido to be able to run his highest level dungeon at all times. That's the objective. So if Fido hits 73 before me, I'll switch to 74. And he's saying I'm slightly ahead. The only way he dings 73 before me then is if he's getting more experience per drop than me. If he has the bonus active that I don't have. Which the free company buff is on. I've got rested experience still. I have the earring, and that's all I have. So if he has something else somehow active, like the recruit a friend helmet or something, I don't know how high that goes, then he could still catch me. So, yeah, if you want to throw a party finder, Fido, it's whatever Fido wants to do. Literally could not try to put less pressure. I am slamming some descent. Look at all this stuff. This decent unique tradable. If they would make that checkbox not a thing, where you could just click, or even better yet, single click decent, this would be a lot more enjoyable. But it's getting done. It's already better. Like the decent changes, it's already better. All right, party finder's up. In it went. Nice. With a black mage at the same level. Look at us. That was fast. Cool. I got a lot of decent level there. Some of this stuff is leveling it, not everything. Make sure you guys have your food buff up. I let mine fall off earlier. Don't do that. Okay. There we go. Alright. That's good. How'd I do? Sort. Better. I got most of it gone. I mean, I got a lot of random crap now, but I got most of it gone. So hopefully that will drop the odds that we come across something that I already have. Inventory's a bit of a mess. Endless Summer Attire comes with the Oakley sunglasses for $5. Oh, there you go. So it was just inside a package. Cool. There are things that you can't get again. The Garo one really frustrates people because it has some really distinct glamour for some classes like Black Mage, compared to everything else they have available in game. And it's not just like a preference; it's literally just different. And then you also have. And, like, since it's so class-specific, like, people are really excited about how unique that makes them feel because other classes can't have it. So it really makes sure that, like, it makes you feel really special. And then it also has mounts. It has 3 mounts in the game that are some of my favorite mounts in game. They're awesome. They're Pegasus mounts, and they come in red, gold, and silver. I was willing to do the amount of PvP necessary to get 1 of them, not 3 of them. Brian got all 3. I just have the silver one. I thought the silver one looked the best. I got the silver one. But there are 2 others that are literally identical mounts. They're just reskins, just different colors. So once I got those, once I got the silver one, I was done with PvP. And then I think I think there's been some PvP mounts distributed for like being top rated or whatever, that those don't come back. So I'm sure there's people that would like to like finish all the sets or something. Bearded Blevins! What is going on, man? What is going on? I feel like the last time I saw you, last time we played games together, I think I played games with you and Tayroll. I think we were playing, something. Maybe Gears? I don't know. And Tayroll playing games with Brian, Bearded Blevins, and Tayroll is a way of guaranteeing that I'm just constantly feeling inferior for not being able to grow a proper beard. I don't have it. This is it, guys. Like, these gaps stay. Those don't go anywhere. I just slowly grow the world's worst version of, like, homeless muttons. It's not great. It's not great. I look disheveled. That's plan A. And I've been playing Forza. And consistently, Tayroll, another creator, is ahead of me. Consistently. Always in some incredible car. I don't know if it actually pulls cars from their collection. If so, chill. Wait, Duz, thanks for sharing Prime. But yes. Playing more games with all of the very cool friends of Brian would be a great objective for next year. I have to be better about playing games in the evenings. That's the problem. I found the same problem with late night groups. Over the last year, there, you know, like, as I've tried to get more into Final Fantasy raiding and stuff like that, there's all these really great communities of people that are raiding at night. You know, even Party Finder, it's more active at night. And so I've got to start being willing to hop on at night. So, like, last Sunday, 2 weeks ago, I set aside some time, and we did some Garuda minimum item level, and I've been pushing through E12. And, like, the late night raid group is awesome. But you guys keep me up way past my bedtime. Way past my bedtime. And so I've got to get better about, I don't know. I'm a little bit of an old man. Like, I don't like being up in the morning, but I like how productive I feel when I wake up early in the morning. Because there's no distractions and no excuses. So I can get up really early, and I can take the worst part of my day and do the worst things. So, like, I can go for a run, or I can do dishes, or all these things that I don't really enjoy. And then by the time I get to the parts of the day I do enjoy, you know, 8 or 9 a.m., I sometimes have been up several hours. And so when something goes wrong, right? So imagine, like, you get stuck in traffic, or, you know, you spill your coffee, or whatever goes wrong in your morning. It doesn't matter, because I've already gotten all this stuff done. That would be an answer. I could just move west. I could just move. I just need to be several hundred miles west of all the people I want to play with. I don't know where that stops. I eventually just head west enough that I think I'm now east, but that's only if you subscribe to a round Earth theory. But yes, that is an answer. I hadn't thought about just changing time zones. Of course, in the winter, it's dark at like 6 p.m. anyway, so I don't really feels awful. I think this is default time, right? I don't know which one's default time. I absolutely despise daylight savings time. I would be willing to stay in the it gets dark early time if that's what it takes to stop moving clocks around throughout the year arbitrarily. I don't know that I need that in my life. I could stop in Hawaii. That seems like a good place to stop. Wintertime is the default. Yeah, that's my fear. The default setting's always the worst setting. That's why companies can make money selling cosmetics. Default time's the worst time. But I'd rather default time than multiple times. And then maybe we could just slowly move to society saying, hey, businesses don't open until 9 or 10, but they stay open until 7 p.m. And we could just slowly shift our business hours to better respect this new, better single time, like Arizona and Hawaii do. I believe Australia, during non-standard time, I believe that they have like 6 time zones or something, and they're like 30-minute intervals. Do any of you remember as a kid finding out what time your favorite cartoon was going to be on, and they would say the time zones? I don't watch standard TV anymore. Maybe they still do that, but I remember as a kid they would say like 2 to 3 of the time zones. And all I can picture in Australia is that's gotta be, they gotta say like 6 time zones, don't they? Like 30 minutes apart. Ridiculous. And I think, doesn't China not do time zones? They just, regardless of how far you are, you're just on Shanghai time. Just deal with it. Just imagine, like, the entire US is like, no. West Coast, East Coast, just deal with the fact that the sun is doing something drastically different for you. Yeah, like 8/7 Central. Yes, they would say it. You've never had that problem with cartoons here in Europe. Oh. Somehow I just assume European cartoons were better for your brain than American cartoons. Like Beavis and Butthead didn't add value to my life. Oh, I didn't get that one. I need the dagger. I don't know which dagger I need. Let's just get them both. Do a little mid-combat. It's all about desynth per second, not contributing damage towards the boss. That's what your party wants to know. Especially since my party's all here in chat and can hear me. Sorry, guys. Alright, Creed. Nailed it. See if I can catch up next time. So, I'm getting close. I almost have everything decent. I've got 10 items to go. And then I'll be caught up. 1, 2, cross to 3. Perfect. The issue you had here in Germany with cartoons is that they insisted on showing them early in the afternoon. So, is there censorship based on time of day? US TV standards have changed so much over the years, so I don't really think about a time of day being a factor. Huh. Akoma today is going absolutely phenomenal. I am working ever closer to Omni 80. We have 77 levels to go. The deadline to hit Omni 80 was, in a perfect world, December 1st. There's about somewhere in the ballpark of a 0% chance of that happening. But really the goal is to beat Brian to Omni 90. That's the dream. Now, Brian has been Omni 80 for like, I don't know, a year and a half now. The closer I can get to Omni 80 before December 1st, the less I have to close the gap on him after he starts his journey from 80 to 90 on every class in the game. We do define it as every class being at cap. So that is Blue Mage to 70 until 80 is there. Our Blue Mages are both at 70. Crafters and Gatherers all also have to count at 90. So that's how Brian and I are counting it. Literally every job in the game at cap. Sorry guys, come to me. So, getting there. So ratings are dependent on time. You're not allowed to show R ratings before 10 p.m. Oh. So here in Texas, there are restrictions throughout. There are restrictions based on when you can sell alcohol. Based on if it's beer or wine is less restrictive than liquor. And like in a restaurant, you can't sell alcohol before noon on Sundays unless it's with food. That's what that rating reminds me of. And I worked in a bar in high school, and so that we could open on Sunday mornings, we were in a city that only allowed what they call private clubs to sell liquor. And so what we would do to skirt that rule is, first of all, we were a private club. And to be part of our club, when you sat down, I swiped. Only one person at the table had to be a member. And so I pre-swiped your credit card. And if you weren't a member, it printed out a little receipt thing and you signed it. And now for free, you're a member of the club. Delightful. The history of that's pretty dicey. It doesn't really reflect very well on Texans. So we'll just treat it as a stupid law and not look backward. The Sunday morning thing we would get around by, we would serve these free cinnamon rolls to every table. So when I came by to ask what I could do for you, at every table I sat down these cinnamon rolls on the table, and they were like this big, and I would sit down these tiny little cinnamon rolls that were roughly sugar glazed cardboard. And that way, prior to you ordering, in case you were going to open by ordering like a Bloody Mary or something, I had already served you food. So I don't know if in Germany anybody tries to like skirt that rating stuff, but I can think of like rules we have on the books that sometimes feel odd. Were probably well intended when they were put there, but we just work our way around it. Selling alcohol to people, waiting tables, and working in a bar have been some of my favorite jobs. The only job that I thought I could ever do like forever without being bored is waiting tables. I've always really enjoyed it. You meet new people all the time and all that. The only reason I never wanted to do it professionally is that the best hours to do it, like if you're gonna go work for like a big fancy place and make like a really good living doing it, or even just a really busy bar or something, you can make a great living doing it, but you are inherently restricted to nights and weekends. Like right out of the gate, the best hours to make money, which like Twitch and YouTube's not that different, but because we do so much on the YouTube side of things, the YouTube side of things allows me to not stream weekends. I've been told by other streamers, why don't you guys stream weekends? You would do way better. I understand that. I stream the hours that I stream because my wife works weekdays 9 to 5. And that gives me what feels like a really normal work schedule. But it absolutely holds us back from when most people are able to watch. There we go. Consuming alcohol is one of your favorite pastimes? I mean, I'm super good at it. I'm super, super good at it. You know, I try to practice at least once a week. So we go on a guy's ski trip every February, roughly Super Bowl weekend, because it's a great weekend to go skiing because all the locals are home watching the game, and it's not spring break, so people aren't visiting that have kids. So like it's a really great weekend. There's plenty of good snow. We go different places every year, and it's just a guy's trip. And it started as a trip between my dad and his friends. And the only requirement was that you had to be able to pay your own way. So since I got my master's degree, my brother that did not get his master's degree and we got to go, our first time invited was the same year because we graduated college during the same calendar year. So we go on this trip, and it's like the second or third time going, and so it's still mostly older guys. At this point, most of them have kind of stopped going, or they only go with their families. And so me and my brother, that brother, actually run the trip. We've been running it for probably 5 or 6 years now. So it's mostly under the age of 40. But one of the first years we went, it was like 4 or 5 young guys and like 7 guys over the age of 50. And they put the young guys in charge of alcohol that year. And so we bought stuff to take shots. So we bought all this different stuff for making shots, but like tasty shots, not harsh ones. And one of the shots that's served here in America, that I can absolutely understand why it's offensive elsewhere, is called an Irish car bomb. And it's Bailey's Irish liqueur. It's like, tastes like chocolate milk. An Irish whiskey, and your choice, and Guinness. Now, I have been told, I've never done it, but I've been told if you order an Irish car bomb in Ireland, they will correct it by saying, we actually call that a 9/11. Oh, wait, do you find that offensive? Context is funny. So, but we poured a bunch of Irish car bombs. And they're delicious. They taste like milkshakes, but only if you drink them quickly. So you have to drink them very, very rapidly. And a Guinness rapidly is like, it's kind of like trying to swallow a loaf of bread in one go. And so it takes a lot of people have to pause in the middle of a full Irish car bomb because it's a full Guinness. So they have to stop and they take a breath and then they go back for the rest. But those people are weak. And having paid my way all the way through grad school, working in a bar, you, as a portion of your job skills, get very good at taking shots. That is a very important part of your professional development. And so, my dad had never seen a drop shot. I don't know why. That seems crazy to me. There's no way that those were not around when he was drinking. But he had never seen a drop shot. And that's where you drop the shot into like a glass of beer or a glass of cider or something like that. And you take a larger volume of liquid. There's several of them out there. Irish car bombs are simply one of them. And so he had never seen one. So we line up this shot, and for the first round, we don't have enough cups. So for the first round, it's going to be me and my brother and my dad. And there's only 3 cups. There's only 3 shot glasses or something. So we're going to do them in sets of 3. And so we line them up, and my brother and I just pound this thing all the way down. One pull. And I beat my brother by like 5 or 10 seconds. And my dad is like a third of the way through this shot. And he stops and he goes, "Wait, you guys are done?" And I was like, "Yeah. Yeah. Would you like us to do another one? We could probably do another one before you're done." And he said, "As a man on a guy's trip, I am genuinely impressed. As your father, I am going to assume that you guys are good at this because you've never done it before." Yeah, if you take too long, it curdles. It tastes like a milkshake, but only if you go fast. You go, go, go. There's another shot called a cement mixer, and you're supposed to swish it in your mouth, and it curdles, and you swallow it curdled. Not great. Not all shots are meant to be enjoyable. So we don't get to toss columns out because we are a full pre-made. A cement mixer is a troll drink. It is a troll drink. It is a troll drink. 100%. And some shots are just meant to put a lot of alcohol, right? So my first job out of college, I worked downtown at an architecture firm. And there was this bar that served like really nice fancy drinks. It's since closed because fancy drinks are a hard way to run a business. And that's where you would go to socialize, and you would have like one drink in your hand, and you would like your bosses and stuff would stop by, and you could meet with them. And so like it was this really social thing. And because you're trying to meet with them, you don't really want to be getting hammered. Not to mention the fact that the drinks were like $10, and we were all making like, you know, $9 an hour or something silly. So like $10 drinks was like, ugh. And so we're gonna keep spamming this drink. And so, and they were delicious drinks, but like to enjoy them, you did want to have like a light buzz. And so we would go next door and we would grab the drinks on special, and then we would, which were really cheap. It was like a dive bar next door, like with peanuts on the floor. It's a whole mess. And the place next door, if you got there before, so we would piece out of work at like 4:55, and we would run over these couple blocks. And prior to 5, it was like 5:30. So you had like 30 minutes, and they would do what they call $2 Dirty Dusties. And a Dirty Dusty is Jack Daniels in Pabst Blue Ribbon, which PBR here in Texas, I always see it in a can. And so that's the only time I'd had it. I'd never heard of it before that. And so so you'd go have like 1 or 2 Dirty Dusties, and then you would go next door and you would drink these fancy drinks and socialize. And you would have one fancy drink and you would socialize. And a Dirty Dusty is just a way to put liquor in a beer and chug it. Like, that's all it is. It's literally just alcohol quickly. It doesn't taste bad. It doesn't taste good. It just tastes like alcohol, and it is consumed rapidly. They don't enhance each other. It's just a way to increase the alcohol content of a beer. Like, it's nothing. There's a couple versions of it. If it's a specific liquor, it can be a Dirty Dusty, but there are other versions that are less specific where you call your whiskey and you call your beer. And like, so then years later, I'm in medical sales, and we go live in DC, and I go out with these doctors, and I'm out with these fancy cardiologists, and they said, hey, we're gonna do a round of Dirty Dusties. Do you want one? And like, I mean, this is like a highbrow like meeting. I'm like, what? Like, Dirty Dusties or something I did as like an intern, you know, as a way of making my money go further. So in DC, it was served, at least the place we went, it was served as you take a shot. You don't drop it in the glass. You take a shot of Jack Daniels, and then you drink a PBR, and you don't have to drink the whole thing. So it's not a drop shot at all. It's just it's a round thing you do. And their PBR is on draft, which, like, I have always associated PBR as being like the world's, it's just a cheap beer. And like aluminum is part of the flavor. And so having it on draft, like, that's a weird feeling. Place by you tried to make gourmet self-made ice cream. It was like $3 for a tiny scoop. We have fancy ice cream places all around us. That's like a thing in Dallas. There's a ton of them. And they are absolutely $3 for a small scoop. And they are like packed. Line around the block. Some of them have drive-thrus, and do you know how long it takes in a drive-thru for a whole bunch of people in a car who don't know what, because the flavors rotate, so they don't know what they want. So they have to hear what all the flavors are and then order them, and then people have to scoop them all. It's like a 45-minute drive-thru. I have no idea how a place with a 45-minute drive-thru, and it is packed. They dominate. I can think of 3 of them within 5-minute drive of my house. Like, they are densely packed. Oh. Sometimes it's just the industry. I spent my career working. The thing that all my jobs had in common before this one is that my jobs have always been sales based, and regardless of industry, sales is a heavy alcohol industry. I have been to job trainings where I was flown out to another state and put in a hotel to go to basically a summer camp of training all week, where the company literally paid for my entire like in the hotel bar, when we're done training for the day, I can go to a hotel bar and I can put it all in my room and they'll pay the whole thing. They'll pay the whole thing, no matter what I order. That's just a thing that is common among sales. My wife works in an industry where you are like very frowned upon for drinking. When doing job-related stuff, they drink, but not at job-related things that often. Relative to sales, and it just shocks her that, like that week I just described, I drink Maker's Mark's like my go-to whiskey. And at the beginning of the week, we were there every night, staying up late and closing that bar down. Every night. And we got to the end of the week, and the Maker's bottle was empty. And I said, wow, that is amazing. Like, I can't believe you guys emptied that bottle in a week. A lot of people must like Makers. And the bartender goes, no, I think it's just you. It's crazy. It's crazy. So when all this stuff around, like, the gaming industry, Activision Blizzard comes out, and people are like, I can't believe people drink at work events. I was like, I have been in an industry that drinks at work events for years. My whole career, alcohol has been a part of my professional life. And that did not make us treat each other like not human beings. You went out, you drank, you had a few laughs, and you went back to your room alone to sleep by yourself, alone, respectfully. It's fine. It's fine. I will say, if you have a propensity for not being able to be trusted with alcohol and you don't have the ability to self-regulate, it shocks me that Blizzard HR said, yeah, we're thinking about not having alcohol allowed at company events. Thinking about? Like, why is that still a thing? Why are we still debating it? This seems crazy. What do you mean thinking about it? I don't know, maybe. I mean, we're in the middle of having our entire company be brought down by state and federal, investigations. Our public reputation is lower than ever before. We've destroyed a legacy of being a dominating force in gaming. We've ruined the reputations and, more importantly, lives of many people. We've negatively impacted the reputation of an entire industry. But I don't know. Jury's still out. We don't want to make any rash decisions here. We're removing it soon. Soon, from the same company that says Diablo 4 is coming out soon. And it's on infinite delay right now. Soon. Soon was their word. It was her exact word. Oh, God. See the story, don't be the story. Yes. Yes. So my mom was in sales. My mom sold supercomputers to government contractors. That's her career. She's now getting her PhD in quantum computing, because that's her version of retirement. Because she's smarter than I'll ever understand. And she taught me a lot of my views and stuff on this. So like when I'm at company events, I was raised that if you're at an event where everybody's drinking soda, or if you're at an event where everybody's drinking a beer, like as soon as I'm 21, the advice was, if everybody at the event is drinking a beer, you order a beer. Period. And then you drink the amount of beer for the amount that is appropriate. So if you were at an event trying to impress clients and impress your boss, you spend all night drinking that one beer. And it's warm, and it's gross, and you honestly never drink it. It is there, it's a prop. And so the rule of my childhood that rings true more than any other, that I was raised in any other, and it might explain a lot of the content I make and why I always compare things and why I always devil's advocate, was the rule that was the single largest guiding rule in my entire childhood from my parents, was when in Rome. When in Rome, when in Rome, when in Rome. If you are a guest, you do everything in your power to make them comfortable. So if you go to somebody's house and they are all drinking, you order a drink. And if you don't want to drink, you don't have to drink it, but you have one. If you go to someone's house and they're serving drinks, you take a drink. If you go out to eat with them and they order drinks, you order a drink. If you go out to eat with people and nobody orders drinks, you do not order a drink. It's just not... Like, that's the rule. So you stay comfortable within the spectrum of how everybody else is comfortable. And that's been, like, the number one guiding thing, and it's incredibly important in professional environments. And it served me very well in sales. It just was a good guiding line. Like, do I drink? Do I not drink? Well, who are you with, and what are they doing? Let them set the tone. No big deal, because I can have fun either way. When I worked in bars, everybody was getting drunk. When I worked in medical sales, it depended on the event. There was a lot of alcohol present, but there were times you'd go out with a set of doctors who don't drink. Spent a lot of time with doctors. A lot of time at hospitals. It's a neat career. There's a lot of really bright and talented people in the medical industry. That there's a lot of crazy stories. You see a lot of crazy stuff. Because, like, when you're working with specialists, because I was selling in cardiology, when you're working with specialists, like, inherently your patient demographic is already people that something about them makes them unique in a ton of cases, right? They wouldn't be there if everything was normal. The devices that I worked with were not something that was used as part of a routine checkup, so even the routine patients within cardiology, people who are just, you know, hey, I have a history of it, and I'm just here to... That's not who I interacted with. So you only interact with people who, like, something about life is going atypical. That's why they're there. So you see a lot of crazy stuff. In a good way. I worked in customer service for a brief time. Taking phone calls. I worked in a call center for customer service. Briefly. That's a hard job. You're only hearing from people as they complain. I missed that stat. You're only hearing from people on their worst day. They wouldn't be calling if it was a good day. So you're getting the absolute worst part of humanity fed to you all day, every day. And people that can find joy in that job are saints. My God. I become really sarcastic, which is not a great quality. You're having a bad day and you say something that you don't realize is stupid and I mock you for it. I had to just bite my tongue a lot. The mute button was my friend. Alright. Ding, 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 ding. 76. It's just... Somebody will be like, well... I didn't feel good about the way that the device was working. And so I just kept using it that way and hoped it would get better. And I just want to be like, yeah, because ignoring problems is always how they get better. No, don't say that. No, by all means. There are people that enjoy it. It is not a quality I do well with. When I was in medical sales, so internally we have, so our customers are medical, our customers, I mean, people think of our customers as doctors, but our customers are really medical offices. And if that office happens to run, the doctor tends to be a fairly large portion of that, but we spend a lot of time dealing with nurses and office managers, honestly the majority. And so our customer, and so we have customer service reps for the patients, but we also have customer service reps for the offices, and they're different. And I had a direct customer service rep assigned to me. And as I got bigger, she was only working with me. And so 100% of her job was dealing with some internal stuff when she didn't have anything else to do, but was mostly dealing with whatever I needed her to do or whatever my customers needed her to do. She's internal. She lived in Texas while I was living in DC. So I never interacted with her like in person unless we were like in town for a conference or something. But I talked to her 7, 8, 10 times a week, just kind of catching up on things and how they were going. And like, she loved her job. She loved her job and was incredibly good at it. And all I knew how to do was say thank you. Like, I have no idea how you enjoy it. Because as far as I can tell, you are the go-to person to fix any of the problems that I can't fix. If I can fix it, I do. If it needs to be fixed in the field, I have to. But if they just want to call and complain, you're literally just there to listen. And like, she just absolutely loved it. Was thrilled. Every day in a good mood. I don't understand it. I appreciate it. I don't understand it. Absolutely mind-blowing. There we go. So. You think you know who I work for and one of their biggest competitors? So so when my mom was in sales, she was selling supercomputers, and they had what's called a technical and a sales component. And so that person was the IT professional that would like help set up all the machines and all that. And my mom was helping you spec out what your purchase was. And so you have overlapping knowledge. But the technical person that oversaw installs and all that and helped troubleshoot issues, those people were both field-based. So that person literally was in the field with her. So he worked directly with her. And she was the sales, and they were a team. In medical, it's all done remote. And so that can just be a person on a phone. Now, when I went into medical sales, the reason I worked temporarily in customer service is I had no prior sales experience in a business-to-business environment. So what they had me do is I did a full year prior to being in medical sales, working in every department in the company. And so I had to go get trained and be certified as I'd go sit for like the certification and stuff for being a cardiac technician. So I had to be qualified to go be a cardiac technician and like actually work on cardiac data. Because we had that component in our company. I had to go work in like the shipping department and help troubleshoot devices and everything. I had to go work in the customer service department. So I actually sat with some of the people that were our customer service reps for both the patient side and that. So like I worked in each of their jobs. Which really helped me empathize with like, if she said something about her job was hard, it's like, no, I get it. How can I make it easier? Because I worked for other sales reps briefly, but it was just brief. It was literally meant to kind of give me, so when I was so I would go into some meetings, and what we would sometimes do is we would fly out like a team lead for really big technical meetings. So if we were presenting to like a whole hospital chain, and they were going to have a technical person like a CIO or a COO or something like that on site who was going to have like operational questions about how our device worked, about how we integrated, how our software integrated with theirs, especially if it was going to directly feed into their medical database. If we were going to directly interface, we would have a technical person fly out and attend that meeting with me. And they would fly out the night before, and them and I would go to dinner, and then I would catch them up on all the technical stuff, and then we would have the meeting the next morning, and then they would fly home. I ran my territory different than every other salesperson in my company because I had worked internal. So because I had worked internal, I would show up to those meetings by myself, and there would be literally sometimes 10 or 20 people representing that medical chain, and they would say, okay, we're going to go through a whole presentation. There's going to be questions from each of us. Are you going to have like a phone call? Like, are you doing it remote? Where's your technical half? Your counterpart? And I was always able to say, well, I am my technical counterpart. You're not going to meet a salesperson from any of my competitors that knows more about how these devices work than I do. Period. But in general, if you're hiring people with existing sales knowledge, you're hiring them a lot of times like a really high base salary until their commission can kick in. And so you can't afford to take a full year of paying that person, because I was not paid that well during that year. And you can't afford to pay that person for a full year at their sales money to train them. And salespeople that are used to making that much money aren't going to take a year at what I was paid during that year to effectively be in training for a full year. It ended up being like right at 11 months. It's a long time. It's a long time. But I liked it. And it made me, so when I went from there into selling luxury homes, it made me want to have that level of knowledge about how our homes were built. So my first builder, because you were assigned a builder, eventually more than one builder as you started selling a lot of homes and outpaced what one builder could do. And my first builder was like, I was attending all these meetings. He's like, you know you don't have to be at these, right? I was like, I know. And so I was staying late so that I could make time to be at all these meetings. And then I was walking all these job sites with him, and he's like, you ask a lot of freaking questions. I was like, that's because I want to know everything you know. Because I just like being the person in the room that has the basic answer on everything. Or, more importantly, in my opinion, knows what I don't know. There are going to be things that it's like, I don't have the ability to have that level of knowledge, but at least I understand what I don't understand. There we go. Which everybody has their own type. They're super like warm and fuzzy salespeople. I've never been that person. I'm not very warm and fuzzy. I've worked a game like Brian, and Brian is very much the warm and fuzzy one. I understand why there are comments that describe that Chris guy as a condescending tool is my wife's favorite name that I've been called on the channel. She's like, well, you are kind of a condescending tool. Thanks. Thanks. All right. Look at us go. So I hit 73 there. We all hit 73. We're changing dungeons. Oh my god. We have been spamming that one. We are now in Dawn Meg. Look at that. Look at that. Last night I was borrowing something from my neighbors. And I asked them, and we're talking about everything we need done before Christmas, and so we need to like get lights on the house and all that. And because my niece and nephew are coming, and they have lights on their house every year, we're trying to really make it feel like Christmas. And so we don't always hang a ton of lights on the house. We sometimes hang, like last year we did a little bit. The year before we did a little bit. But we're gonna try to deck it out this year, really make it feel special for them. But like I still have to finish building the shed, and then we have some projects in-house, and then my wife did a ton of work on the front of the house. It looks amazing. And so we've been doing all this work, and the couple next to me, the young couple next door, they're engaged, and she said it's so like your wife is so impressive. They're a lot younger than us. She said your wife is so impressive. It's amazing how capable is. She's gonna hang the lights without you, and like all I can picture is my wife's like, I honestly just need you to get out of my way. Like I honestly, it would just, the most helpful thing you could do right now would be go inside. Like that would really be best. There's times where, like, working on the shed, it's really nice to have somebody holding the plywood while the other person nails. And there's times where it's like, what do you want me to do? I don't know, either take over or go do something else. I don't know. At one point, she reached out and she took like a board from me to like, because she didn't like the way I was like holding it up there, and she held it differently, and then she measured it, and then she marked it with the pencil, and then she's like, okay, can you give me the nail gun? Or she goes, okay, and so I hand her the nail gun. She lines it up, and she hands the nail gun back to me, and she goes, okay, you can do it. No, you literally just took over. You are doing this next part. I don't have anything to do with that. No. I'm gonna go do something else for a bit, and when you're done working on the shed, I'll go back to working on the shed. Can't do it. I was told when we were dating, one of the best things you can do while dating to find out what you like, how you communicate as a couple, is go camping together and set up a tent. And I told that to my sister. My sister and her husband have been together a little bit longer than us. And so my wife and I, when we were dating, went camping together. And my sister my sister views that experience so much differently, but it informed both of us quite a bit. And so my sister and her husband, when they went camping, they realized exactly how they communicate. So they both lay out everything, they get everything out of the car together, and then they lay out everything, they agree on where the tent is going to go, and then they work very closely together to set up the tent. And that is a metaphor for their entire marriage. And my wife and I realized that one of you should unpack all the things that are going to be like, go get the cooler and stuff, get some dinner ready, because we usually get in time for dinner, and handle that side of the campground. And the other person will evaluate where the tent should go and will set it up. And there needs to be zero feedback. A tent is a one-person job. And that is exactly how our marriage works. So usually when we go on vacation, one of us plans the whole vacation. More often than not, my wife. And what'll happen is, like, we'll be going on vacation and they'll be like, hey, what time's your flight's getting in? I don't know. Well, do you know what airline you're flying? I don't know. Are you coming in on that Thursday or are you coming in on that Friday? I don't know. Well, where are you staying? I don't know. What do you mean? What do you mean you don't know? Well, I assume that week my wife will tell me what day I need to pack. She will tell me what activities I need to pack for, and I will pack for myself. And she will have organized literally everything. Are you guys renting a car? I don't know. Like, I have no idea. Just one person handles everything. It's fine. On longer trips, sometimes we might take like different days. So if we're planning events, so people are like, oh, what are you doing Monday? And my wife will have the whole schedule. What are you guys doing Tuesday? I don't know. Ask him. He's handling it. We wake up in the morning and he has the whole day planned. I don't know. You hate this boss with a passion? No. Are you a melee DPS, Chris? Melee DPS, this is pretty rough. Especially Monk. Something heavily positional based, this boss sucks. This whole dungeon sucks for melee. There's just a lot of movement. And there's just enough movement that it might mess with, like, the new summoner if you're in the casting phase, or Black Mage. Anything that's not instant based, but like Fizz ranged, there's no reason to hate this. Because I'm literally go everywhere, whenever I want. It's fine. Very easy. The tightrope, so the key to the tightrope is line up, then run straight, then line up, then run straight. Don't try to run it. Treat it as a series of straight line maneuvers. You're very good at running a straight line. You just push forward on the joystick, I promise. Dancer has melee skills, but you get to decide when to do those. And you could just miss the stack for your party. That would be fine. Alright. I could not help out there. Have I watched the Jocat guides? Absolutely. Absolutely. I wish I could make videos that funny. Just as a skill that I admire. Not as something I actually need to do in my life.
There we go. Ooh, that's thinking a little skinny there. All right. Focus, focus. So ideally, this is all new loot too. So this is all loot that's different than there we go. So this is all loot that I won't have already had. This is all 400. So since I'm in 400, this is not better. That means I might be getting better at the 75 dungeon. Which would be exciting. It is really nice to be running a different dungeon. That's the advantage of agreeing who's going to be the lowest person, or in this case, all being identically leveled, is that you're not looping back. Like, if I were to switch to my machinist now, it would drag all of us back into the first dungeon all over again. And that sucks a little bit. Oh. Come on. My cone is close. My AoE is close. It's kind of a trend, right? Because Bard's AoE is close? Or not Bard, no. Is Bard not? Is Bard ranged AoE? Bard might be ranged. I was about to say, are all physical ranged close? Dancer is. Dancer's close and Machinist are close for AoE. So in pulls like this, you're right up in the action. But not really for... Because Bard has the ability to drop the big rain of arrows on everybody. So, Bard is DPS? Oh, they're close for the quick knock. Okay. They're immensely flexible. Alright. What is this? Reduces damage taken. What about this? Heat gauge. Just a raw heat gauge. Alright. Cool. So I can just slam that. Bioblaster is all before me and is an AoE dot. Fascinating. Oh, gross. That's just like vomit. I don't get to do a lot of this stuff because we haven't been high enough level. That's awesome. So since that's just raw gauge, I would put that up here at shift 2. Because that's where my gauge boosters go. So that's where that sits. Try to have some semblance of repeat. Any of you that have just started playing multiple jobs or are afraid of trying multiple jobs, that's one of the things you can do to kind of ease into that, is try to make sure that your toolbars all line up where possible. Obviously, each job has its own unique flavor and its own take on things, but that kind of helps mitigate some of that. So, like, W is my base AoE on every job in the game. So anytime I see a big group of things, my first habit is to slam W. So there's just certain abilities that do that. Now, sometimes things don't have that. So, for example, T is interrupt, but not every job in the game has an interrupt. And you don't want to not use T, and I picked T because T is really easy for my finger to get to, so it's kind of a waste of a really good key on any job that doesn't have it. So. Do I play the piano mode, the performance mode? No. No. I do play instead of WASD, I do play ESDF, which is a little atypical. And anytime I've come across other people that play the same way, it's because they're MMO players. It just frees up another set of keys, right? So it just helps free up it frees up a whole set. Because otherwise you can only use keys as far right as your pointer finger can go. And depending on the size of your hand and what's comfortable, that's not that far. But if you just shift everything to the right, exactly one key, they're the exact same spacing, so it feels the same. But what you've now done is you've created an entire column left of you, and you have not gone so far that your pinky can't still comfortably grab the shift modifier and control modifier. So it just makes it a little bit easier. So if you ever look down at my keybinds and you're like, what is going on? How is there an A button? And so A is my default. So my default opener is A. So you will notice if you ever watch my play, if there's a mechanic to dodge out of, probably 60% of the time. So not like an overwhelming majority, because I am comfortable on both. I've been playing MMOs for a long time. But I would prefer to strafe right over left. So, because I can still like hit a lot of my basics. But like if I'm gonna have to stun, then I would prefer to strafe left because my stun is always on T. There we go. Echo is on part 1. That's awesome. Should probably try to get my clear before them. Them doing kind of the equivalent of like recommended gear and doing it blind. I should probably be able to do it sooner since I've had access to the fight since December 8th of 2020. And I'm in best in slot, or near it. I'm in 530, I'm not in best in slot. I'm in the highest item level possible, but I'm not in best in slot. Fusion got his clear last night. That's awesome. That's awesome. Congrats to the Raffle Dragoon. Fusion is somebody that, if I look at their place in the community as a creator, Fusion is one that I have a pretty large overlap with. With the amount that we've gotten to play, and with the knowledge of the game and the coverage. So it's somebody I don't always get to consume, because like a lot of times when I'm trying to consume, I'm trying to like round it out. As opposed to like Fusion is very rarely talking about something that I didn't already go figure out on my own, just for my own coverage. But for those of you that don't know Fusion, he is the, I guess you'd say, host of Aetheryte Radio, the Gamer Escape podcast. Gamer Escape being our wiki. For those of you that have come from WoW, and you use Wowhead, Gamer Escape is like Wowhead. And just like Wowhead, there have been others over the years, Alakazam and things like that. So there are other wikis for 14 as well. Gamer Escape is my preferred one. If there's a Gamer Escape listing, that's what I'd like to go to. They do a lot for the community. There we go. They are also the home to Anonymous. Anonymous actually did a podcast with Frosty. Frosty runs Mog Talk and runs the World First events. And he just did one with Pyromancer, a large WoW creator that's come over and has taken the lore by storm. And is likely in a position to be the most qualified person to fill the gap that we will feel in Endwalker, not having a full-time Ethos available to us. As Ethos has moved on to taking a full-time opportunity adjacent to content creation, he won't be able to make as much as he once did. And that has pros and cons. The big con being that we as the community get less to consume. So Pyro is where I'd expect that to come from, and they filmed a podcast over Anonymous and Pyromancer and Frosty sitting down and talking about lore right before Pyromancer starts Shadowbringers. So, how long am I playing Final Fantasy? Well, right now I am piggybacking off of this pre-made, and we are slamming this. I was gonna do that until probably another 30 minutes to an hour. If they fall apart sooner, that will impact that. Probably 30 minutes to an hour. And then I was going to switch to New World. New World would be for an hour or two. Right now we do have Twitch drops enabled, so any of you that play New World, you can get the new fishing cosmetics from hanging out for that section of stream. That should actually be enough time to get it. It's a pretty short unlock for the Twitch drop. So I'd like to make that available every day this week. And I'd like to have fun with that. Maybe level up, probably just something really simple today. Maybe like grind out some logging or something. Just do some gathering. And then I'd like to get to Dwarf Fortress. And that would give me the remainder of stream there to do one calendar year of Dwarf Fortress is how I've been trying to do it. That depends on how long a calendar year takes. So. But I'm trying to take advantage of being in this pre-made. It's way, way, way fast. Way fast. We're not only in a pre-made, but we're in a pre-made where 3 of us are level 73 and the other's an Omni, so it's filling in the gap. So we are literally so 3 out of 4 are in their highest available dungeon right now. So it's hard to not say, like, just cancel everything and do this all day. Because this is wildly effective. To be in a full pre-made. And then we'll run this dungeon over and over and over. And then we'll all hit 75 at the same time, and we would all move to the next one. So we're doing every single dungeon the 4 or 5 times you have to do to grind it through the 2 levels that it's for. Which machines could catch bar today. Alright. Let's see how everybody feels about our favorite boss here. Turn. Look at us. We're doing it. Oh, they got me with the next one. Oh, I thought I was far enough. I thought I was far enough. Oh, that's insulting. Alright. It's awesome. Alright, now we all port to this side. Okay, so here's how you do this if you aren't comfortable with this. So stop, line up, run forward, stop, turn. Right? And then you go again. Stop, turn. It's not as fast as if you're comfortable, like, turning on the run. But it's a lot safer. And you still have plenty of time. So. Way faster. So if you're having trouble with that balance beam, now that all goes out the window if the new Scholar buff gets cast on you and you're all instant sprinting. That's just going to troll people in that dungeon. Assuming that that sprint takes place in the 70s. If that ability is only available post level 70, it won't be an issue. Unless you're in here unsynced, in which case that's your fault. Why can't you Fantasia into the frog? So they've talked about that when people see like an NPC or they see an enemy that they want to, they're like, well, they built the model. When they build those models, they actually cut a lot of corners because that model only has to be designed to do the actions it's going to do. And so it has, 10 abilities and, maybe is in a cutscene, and so it makes the following 4 emotes. And so they build a model that can only do those things. And that saves them a lot of money. What that means is there's no way to go back and make it able to do. You have to realize whatever classes are playable have to be able to play all of this and do all of those animations and wear all of that gear. Oh, you want to Fantasia into State of Fear? Oh, well that would be easy because then you don't make no glamour for that one. Now they could do something shorter. So like, there was a April Fool's event last year for Guild Wars 2 where you ran around as the little cactus people. And so they could say when you log in, you get an item that turns you into the frog that this turns you into, and you just run around. And then if you do, and I think any combat broke it. So if you do any form of action off your bar, it breaks it. So you could do that. Right? No way! I was out of that. Oh, Thawne, Lord of the Liar snapshot. I was way out of that. I was 1,000 miles out of that. God. Yeah, like WoW toys. Yep. There's even toys that make other people look different to you. But it's just a lens for you. It's just a client-side thing. And that's thanks to the shard technology and stuff like that. So. Ridiculous. Alright, Thawne. I could be done with you. Is it this side? No way! This is impossible. That is impossible. I was standing where everybody else was standing. I have fiber internet with very low ping. Unacceptable. Terrible snapshots today. Thank God we're not in like E12. I'd be getting wrecked. I already have that item? Well, I'll be. Oh, I already missed the roll. Well, that's what you get. Alright. So, pretty cool. Got to 73. Let me do a... Let's do some more decent. That's the most important thing. While they queue. I'm getting all sorts of desynth level. This is really exciting. And it's because these are such high level. These are really high level. So this is what's getting me better prepped for Endwalker. Desynth was not like this going into Shadowbringers. It worked a lot differently. So I couldn't really be prepped going into the last expansion. So it would be nice to be, I don't know, 400 and above on all of them. Either right at the beginning or just before Endwalker. Just increases the likelihood that I'm getting bonus loot from things. There we go. When I'm running roulettes and all that. Because I've got Yeah. So I've got 1 above 400 already, 2 above 400, but I'm getting close on Leatherworker. Cool. So we'll keep popping down here. They're decenting and stuff, and doing materia. Because they're better party members than I am do and don't do it in combat. Which is why I'm doing my dailies. Cool. One done. 1, 2, Leafmen. Leafmen are right here, right? Yeah. Perfect. And then I've got 1 more Relics of First Light up there in the water. Go do the Underwater Temple, which is a quick one. Alright. Leafmen should be spread around within this circle. Super quick. There we go. 1. And 2. Where is it? Where are you? Come on. There it is. Perfection. Now, turning these in, they give the most experience based on when you turn in, because the amount of experience does scale. So it's not really a rush to do them, but remember that, like, I tried to optimize my Wondrous Tales the other week, and then I accidentally let it expire, so don't do that. Oh, I could use a retry point on this dungeon. Could have been doing that the whole time. Nice. Because Wondrous Tales is the exact same way. It's half a level, but if you let it expire, it's no levels, so should have used it sooner. Got greedy. What it is I didn't expect Halo to come out. So, Halo dropping on that Monday is what got me. Because I had set it aside for that Monday. And then I played Halo. Because I was really excited that Halo came out. Halo's one of my favorite shooters, by far. So Halo Infinite was really, really exciting. There we go. Perfect. Do I happen to have 71 to 79 and a bunch of resets? You bet I do. 71 to 79 and 9, and I was capped at 9. Anyone that's got... Oh. How is the new Pokemon? Is everybody enjoying it? I don't have time for it, but super cool that one came out. Here we go. Nice. See if we can blast through this. Really good, easy to get shinies. Too easy? The right amount of easy? What makes it easy? What changed about shinies? The shinies in Temtem are really rough because you basically want to breed to get these like perfects, and to get 2 shinies and then breed them into shinies still doesn't give a 100% chance. So it gets really, really hard to get perfect shinies. It starts to be like 1 in 4,000 or something silly. Assuming you already have 2 shinies at the start, so it ends up being this just ridiculous difference. So frustrating. So it makes you just not want to engage in the, they call them Luminary, I think, or something like that. So I don't remember what they were called, but it made me just not want to, like, I saw a couple and it was just more of a novelty and less of something that, like, I actively wanted as a completionist, which is disappointing. So 1 in 4,096. Yeah, it was something like that. You have over 60. And then after that you get a D-Vibe that makes the grass move, and after 40 encounters. Wow. That's awesome. How many Pokemon are in this one? So, I know the last game was controversial because they were removing some from the game. Well, they were not making them available. So there's 683. Okay. That's good. I'm playing through Forza right now. Forza has 543 cars to correct. I'm at like 148, I believe. 147, something like that. Upper 140s. I didn't make it to 150 last night. Been just doing a little bit each night, and then I'm taking my winnings and I'm like buying some of the cheap ones. So they'll get harder as I go, because I'm kind of cherry picking the bottom ones. So because there's some achievements that are at like get to 250 and all that. So I don't know if I'll make it, and so I'd like to at least make it to those. I'll easily get to half. I'll easily get to half. It would be awesome if there was car breeding. I don't know what that looks like, but you know, putting it in like an R&D lab with two things and they like combine them into, I don't know, something. Be awesome. Send it out on like a museum tour, and when it comes back, they give you another car. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm in. It probably turns out really weird. So. You catch and breed wild cars. It could be fun. It could be fun. They already have like this gifting mechanism kind of happening, so there's some already interesting stuff with this one versus the last one that's a little bit different. The seasonal events are okay. They end up feeling a little bit like dailies, so I'm trying not to engage in them too heavily, because what I like about it is that I just hop off and I don't have really a direction. The answer is just more. I'm just trying to do more. Their accolade system works a lot like how I wish the achievement system in 14 worked. It makes it really easy to just go chase down stuff, and then like the category turns gold, which is like this really nice, really satisfying visual aesthetic that you're like, hey, I did that. That's done. Drives me nuts when games like you finish a category and it doesn't show as complete. So for example, if I open up achievements here, so when I go to an achievement that I've done, it's white, right? I go to an achievement I haven't done, it's gray. Why is this not white? Highlight, if I finish all of these, this should turn white. Because there are sections that you can go finish. There's areas that are doable. So like this section here, I'm really not that crazy off as far as the number of things I'm missing, but some of the things I'm missing are really hefty, such as the mentor roulettes. And so it'd be really nice to know that like at the end of that, that interface is going to reflect that I've done that. Oh, I got popped. Right? So that would be really awesome as a way of doing that. Alright, here we go. They're revamping the window. Yes. And he views achievements as a trickle-down place to implement things that will help improve the direction we feel as we log in on a day-to-day basis. And he's talked about it, and he showed it off just a little bit. Said he couldn't really show much more than that without spoilers, because some of the achievements that, right, are kind of spoilery. So I'm really hopeful for it. Just the fact that they're aware of it is that's step one. You know, just knowing that they're aware that that's a driving force is really good. All right. Should be able to just stay here, right? Oh, I thought it'd be dead. There it is. Perfect. I've got everything decent, too. What a mess of an inventory. My god. Gotta get rid of that. You haven't been an achievement hunter since WoW. WoW's a lot. WoW's a lot. That guy on Wowhead or whatever that literally completed every achievement in the game, and everybody's brain melted a little bit. I like it. I like it. I'm really slow at it, but I like the idea. So I like the idea that I get all my jobs capped, and then I just, like, pick a category and work down it. But this game doesn't make it fun to do. It doesn't feel good. The achievements just feel like something that happens. Like, I have no inherent desire to go run Eden's Verse 2 more times to get to tick this off. Someone completed every WoW achievement, every single one. Every single one. It was on the front page of Wowhead for like 2 weeks, and everybody was like, no. They did all of them. I think it was during BFA. That means even like the insane ones or whatever, you have to go grab like 10,000 rep with like Booty Bay. Like all of them. All of them. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. People are nuts. You get a big enough group of people, somebody's crazy enough to do it. I think it's a race. I think it's a small group of people that are racing for that title. So. It's absolutely crazy. NAEU NES title, they beat them all. Holy crap. I'd love to do stuff like that. I don't know what that looks like, but I like the idea of trying it. For now, I'd settle for just, like, trying more franchises. Like, there's whole franchises that are out there. Like, Far Cry 6 just came out, right? I've never played a Far Cry. Elden Ring's coming out, and I've never played a Dark Souls game. So, like, there's... For now, I'd settle for just, like, let's just go get a broader perspective of gaming. Usually when it's beat every game, that's not 100%ing. There are people like Man vs. Game that take it pretty far, but then your list of games you get to shrinks. You know? My neighbor's a big Far Cry fan, and he said the problem with Far Cry 6 is it's just a copy pasta of the previous Far Cries. That's what he doesn't like about it. And I said, well, I've never played a Far Cry. He goes, oh, you're going to have a great time. You're going to have a great time. Like, if you've never played one, you're going to have an absolutely wonderful time. But for people that like Far Cry games, they were like, really? That's it? So, I don't know if you agree with that, Trendy. If I adjust the expectations based on that. Like Horizon. I'd played the Horizon games in the past, but Horizon 4 was the first one I dumped a ton into. And in Horizon 5, I'm having a blast. It's beautiful. I can tell you that, like, when Brian came in and was, like, blown away by some of the features, they were exact replicas of Horizon 4. As a matter of fact, some of the cars that people are really like are identical cars to Horizon 4. Same year, same model, same make, exact. They even come with the same. They're even the same vinyl, like the same wrap. They're identical. And don't get me wrong, like that's nice, and there's some familiarity there. But like in 20 hours of Horizon 5, I got almost the same amount of stuff done I got in Horizon 4 because there was no distraction. I literally just set goals and I just knocked them out. So like last night I bought 20 of the BMWs that are in the game. In one purchase. I just went through and just acquired 20 of them. And so, like, there's an element of Horizon 5 where like I'm enjoying that I'm gonna get to go so much further than I did in Horizon 4. But if they do this again, I bet Horizon 6 feels disappointing. Because I will have been aware of the franchise going into Horizon 4 and have dabbled with it. I played a lot, but not everything was new, so I played really suboptimally. And then in Horizon 5, I will have seen how far I could go from being optimal from launch. Where like when I finish a race, I'm getting like anywhere between 2 and 5 accolades. Because I'm overlapping them. So, have I played Bioshock? I did play through the old Bioshocks, yeah. I did that in college. We'd play couch co-op, so I wasn't always the one with the controller. We used to do the same through Resident Evil games and through Rainbow Six games. A lot of couch co-op. Same like LA Noire. So there were a ton of games like that that we did as a group. Like as a collective of like roommates. So it could be anywhere between like 2 and 5 guys depending on the game. Mostly some of the zombie games as well. What's the ones where you're like trapped in a mall? I did those, and we like 100% of that game. I did those with Brian's brother. And a lot of those are done on his Xbox Live account, so mine has like no history of it. Dead Rising, yes. So good. Beating zombies up with a golf club. Oh, it's delightful. Delightful. They came out with a second one, not the same. Nothing is the same as that first one. You didn't know what to expect. I've never played anything else where I was that like surprised and delighted at not knowing what to expect around the next corner. Our Horizon games are probably some of the closest I've come to that feeling, where you really feel special the first time you log in. You know, the Horizon 5 physics feel better when you change the height. Okay. Yeah, so I tried Horizon, or I tried Motorsport 7. I think I tried it after Horizon 4 or around the same time. I don't think they launched at the same time. I think that's just when I got to them. And I didn't really, like... I would rather do Horizon 4 multiplayer than Motorsports 5 if it's all going to be the same game. And I actually like open world racers, like Need for Speed and stuff like that. So. But I really like exploratory games. Games that let you screw with their content. Like Dead Rising. There we go. Good Burnout games. Yeah, when's the last Burnout game? My god. Need for Speed. So, Need for Speed as a franchise, usually when somebody says they really like Need for Speed, usually, most cases, when I dive in to have that conversation deeper with somebody, they are talking about 1 to 2 specific titles. So they're like the Hot Pursuit fanboy, or Porsche Unleashed, or as somebody, like I played Need for Speed all the way across the franchise, from the very first Need for Speeds on PC and things like that, through where you used to have to like you collected a Porsche Unleashed, where you collect a Porsche and you play through like the timeline of Porsche, and like you drive a car when it's new, and then later you're driving that car in retro races. And then you're doing like Hot Pursuit and Most Wanted, where it's all about this like GTA style star system open world. They've challenged things underground and stuff, where you're following this storyline of like an underground racer. They've challenged things a number of times. That was heavy into customization advancement. Where they've challenged what the racing franchise is. Sometimes they challenge the racing franchise in a way that people don't enjoy. And so they don't always nail gold. what they do is they usually are doing something in a way where their execution is new for the industry. And when they get it right, it feels groundbreaking. When they get it wrong, it's like, what have you done to my franchise? So Need for Speed is a really hard franchise to have like a strong relationship with. Are we gonna recover? Doesn't look like it. All right. And so usually, yeah, Carbon. So usually people that say they love Need for Speed games, they've only played one or two of them, heavily. Because it's a hard franchise. It doesn't have that, it doesn't have a core identity. There are bands like that, right? Cake is like that, Train is like that. These long-running bands where their style changes drastically over the years. And so if you're a fan, you're usually a fan of a particular subset, like a particular album of theirs. You know, and there are people that are along for the whole journey, and they're just along for the ride. They just like the way the devs think, but it's not one set of devs. So, at this point, like, I was a huge Gran Turismo fan, but Gran Turismo doesn't innovate. It's the same game it's always been. And the disadvantage of that is that, like, when innovation does something better, which is what Horizon, screw Forza Motorsports, screw Gran Turismo. Horizon has moved racing into the next stage of the way I want to play games. There was a time when I liked that sort of stuff, but my god, Horizon is just, it's just fun. And like, it doesn't have to make sense, but in a day and age right now where like, if you really want the Gran Turismo Forza Motorsports, you should legitimately take a look at, like, if that's your thing, right, and you're hardcore into racing sims, you play 9 million hours a week, and maybe you play on PC already, you should hardcore look into what the early stages of the racing sim community do. Not the top end, because the top end, it costs you the exact same amount as it would to actually go buy a race car and drive it on the weekends. But you could take a look at, like, what does that look like to be doing actual race sims. Race sims with 6 screens around you. It's incredible. I mean, imagine this game in VR. Imagine being in this duty right now, standing on the butt of this. Like, this is incredible. This would be amazing. Right? Your UI drops away because it's like, it takes up so small. If you played Elite Dangerous and then you played Elite Dangerous in VR, it's a totally different experience. I mean, this would be amazing. But for many people, even watching stream right now, you tab over from wherever you've been lurking, and you come in and you watch me do this. This is dizzying. I mean, it's a ton. It's nuts. All right. Imagine Cat Girls in VR. Cat Girls already exist in VR. I can assure you. I can assure you. So having that as an option would be pretty nuts. All right. Oh, I'd been pressing Shift 6. I was trying to do it without my UI. I was pressing Shift 6. I was like, why is it not bioblasting? That should be available by now. Wrong key. Bummer. Cool. I should hit, so I've run out of rested experience. But I should hit 70, 74, Black Mage is already 74. We still have, but the next engine's not till 75 anyway. How come nobody told me 80 Gland looks? Honestly, Paladin's always a shiny boy. Paladin always has, it pairs well with heavy armor. So a fending set, even a fending set looks good on a Paladin. Yeah, screw you, Snapshot. Got nothing on me. That was amazing. Alright. See if we can go a little faster this time. God, you guys are quick. That was amazing. You guys are fast. Alright. That was incredible. We're gonna have this thing down before the halfway point. Oh my gosh. That was awesome. Way to go. That was really, really fast. Usually if I'm trying, I'm up there. But no way. Easy. Gonna get vomited on. Oh, the rescue. The rescue. Does the rescue break a cast for Black Mage? I assume it does. VR sim racing is good, but it makes you sick after one lap. It's definitely something like... So a lot of what's making people sick is A, motion sickness is real. But B, what is making people sick that don't get motion sickness is the uncanny valley. So that's something that we just don't have the technology yet to get over the uncanny valley. So as soon as, like, we're getting closer all the time. But the problem is the closer you get, the worse the effect gets until you cross the threshold. Where people's mind accepts it as real. So the closer we get, the deeper into the valley we go. Alright. I'll stay right up on his butt. Okay. Forward cone, right? No. AoE. Okay. Let's try to be ready. Imp Choir. Turn. Oh, I cast an ability. I got greedy. I got greedy. Ah, I got caught by the eyeball. Alright. So, Elite Dangerous can get pretty gross. If you ever have your power plant knocked out in VR on Elite Dangerous, and then you get shot, you'll enter a tumble. And the tumble would be sickening both in the game, but you're also not tumbling here in the real world. So the tumbling's pretty gross. I don't really get sick from VR, and like, I didn't get physically sick, but I was immediately made aware of why people get sick. I didn't feel comfortable. I was immediately made uncomfortable when my power got knocked out. And you're not dead yet. You have not blown up. They just knock out your power. You lose all thrusters, and something hits you or whatever, and it just spins you. Tumble end over end over end. There we go. Cool. Loot abandoned. Loot abandoned? That's because I don't have the ability to hold any more of it. I think that's it for me. That was awesome. You guys feel free to continue on and blow right by me. I'll join you tomorrow. I have, well, I have 2 jobs at 74, so I would be holding you back. But I'm gonna switch over to New World here in a second. But I'm gonna switch over. Let me jump back to town and reset my retainers first, and turn these quests in. There we go. You used a VR in a game shop, threw up almost immediately in the game shop. I wonder how much. I wonder if game shops were not thrilled that they were having to clean up people who get physically sick while. There are people who get sick, the headset's still on. They just get sick suddenly. Catches them totally off guard. Have no ability to pull the headset off or anything in time. And it's not necessarily a perfect overlap with people who get motion sickness in the real world. It's not like a perfect representation there. There's people who don't get motion sickness at all that still can't do VR. Alright. That's a big dent. Come on. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah. 1.8 million per. So tomorrow would get me to a little over half. Probably get me like right there, 60%-ish. I mean, you know that's somebody that was hired to work retail, but not hired to clean up. So that is very much a, like, not my job, but it's not anybody else's job either. So, like, guess who gets to do it? Lowest person on the totem pole. Alright. Come on. Lots of gear. Earrings are a little bit trash, but otherwise. Okay. How do we do? So, gear-wise, I got some 60 stuff for Ninja. I'll throw that in the armory chest just in case. An earring I don't care about. Everything else is trash. We'll go ahead and just desynth it now. Just be done with it. I don't really care if it's sellable or not at this point. I don't even care if it levels me. I just want it all gone. Okay. That's pretty good. So tomorrow I'll be able to clean up my listings. Have I ever played Metal Gear? I have not. I have not. Okay. Perfect. Oh. Got a little more, man, we spirit bonded the crap out of stuff today. That's amazing. That's a lot of materia. That is a lot of materia. Did I get any as 6s? I've got a 7, or 7s, I mean. 7, 7, 7. Okay. I'm keeping the 7s there. And then I'm keeping the other ones here. Okay. All in a big section here. So I've got like a decently growing collection. Nice. And then let me pop over and do golden saucer stuff real quick. Yeah. That's perfect. Now, for anybody that's played New World, if you link your Amazon account and your Twitch account, they do Twitch drops. There's Twitch drops for a number of games, not just New World. The Twitch drops allow for you watching streams. You just kind of earn points and earn like cosmetics in game or whatever. That's disappointing. All right. And so Twitch drops are a neat way of kind of supporting a creator by hanging out. And oh. Got me. And that lets you kind of, you just hang out, you get free cosmetics. and so Brian and I were selected for Twitch drops for the current round in New World. It is a cosmetic set for gatherers, which makes sense. They said they've been trying to pair the right people with the right giveaways, and that feels like a corporate speak for like, we didn't pick your favorite creator for this round of Twitch drops, and it's nothing personal. But in this particular instance, I'm like, well, maybe. Because that does seem like the right choice for us. Is, you know, cosmetics for casual stuff. Cashier. Okay. 1180. Ooh, more people did it this time, so we got more. 1180. Fourth prize! Fourth prize! Holy crap! Amazing! Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Cool. What? What? You having a good day, buddy? Are you having a good day? Yeah? Alright. I know. Buddy, I'm not gonna be able to, like, play games like this. I'm not gonna be able to play games like this. You guys can't quite see him, but like when I put my hand here, he... Stop. Oh. He doesn't stop doing it because it works. It's functional. Oh my gosh. Good dog. There we go. Yes. Is that it? I bought the 3 tickets. No, we're good. Alright. Let me boot up New World here. Okay, so this is booting up. Let me update stream title. And I have to adjust us into New World. There we go. And New World is booting. Come on. We did mess around with the Void Gauntlet last time. The new weapon type. It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Very, very cool. I have like a sword mode or a like big magic orb mode. No complaints. That tucked behind there. What? Come here. There we go. I do need to work on getting the dog cam. I was thinking about moving his bed over here and get him a dog cam aimed at the bed. Oh, buddy.